Chapter 20, Part 1 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 20, Part 1. Reconciliation. Aware that her remaining in town at such an unusual season of the year would appear unaccountable to her fashionable acquaintance, Lady Delacour contrived for herself a characteristic excuse. She declared that there was no possibility of finding pleasure in anything but novelty, and that the greatest novelty to her would be to remain a whole summer in town. Most of her friends, amongst whom she had successfully established a character for caprice, were satisfied that this was merely some new whim practised to signalize herself by singularity. The real reason that detained her was her dependence upon the empiric, who had repeatedly visited and constantly prescribed for her. Convinced, however, by the dreadful situation to which his prescriptions had lately reduced her, that he was unworthy of her confidence, she determined to dismiss him. But she could not do this, as she had a considerable sum to pay him, till Marriott's return, because she could not trust any one but Marriott to let him up the private staircase into the boudoir. During Marriott's absence, her ladyship suffered no one to attend her but a maid, who was remarkable for her stupidity. She thought that she could have nothing to fear from this girl's spirit of inquiry, for never was any human being so destitute of curiosity. It was about noon when Belinda and Marriott arrived. Lady Delacour, who had passed a restless night, was asleep. When she awoke, she found Marriott standing beside her bed. "Then it is all in vain, I see," cried her ladyship. "Miss Portman is not with you? Give me my laudanum." "Miss Portman is come, my lady," said Marriott. "She is in the dressing room. She would not come in here with me, lest she should startle you." "Belinda is come, do you say? Admirable Belinda!" cried Lady Delacour, and she clasped her hands with ecstasy. "Shall I tell her, my lady, that you are awake?" "Yes. No, stay. Lord Delacour is at home. I will get up immediately. Let my lord be told that I wish to speak with him, that I beg he will breakfast with me in my dressing room half an hour hence. I will dress immediately." Marriott in vain represented that she ought not to hurry herself in her present weak state. Intent upon her own thoughts, she listened to nothing that was said, but frequently urged Marriott to be expeditious. She put on an unusual quantity of rouge, then looking at herself in the glass, she said with a forced smile, "Marriott, I look so charmingly, that Miss Portman, perhaps, will be of Lord Delacour's opinion, and think that nothing is the matter with me. Ah, no, she has been behind the scenes. She knows the truth too well. Marriott, pray, did she ask you many questions about me? Was not she very sorry to leave Oakly park? Were not they all extremely concerned to part with her? Did she ask after Helena? Did you tell her that I insisted upon my lord's parting with Champfort?" At the word Champfort, Marriott's mouth opened eagerly, and she began to answer with her usual volubility. Lady Delacour waited not for any reply to the various questions, which, in the hurry of her mind, she had asked, but passing swiftly by Marriott, she threw open the door of her dressing room. At the sight of Belinda she stopped short, and totally overpowered, she would have sunk upon the floor, had not Miss Portman caught her in her arms, and supported her to a sofa. When she came to herself, and heard the soothing tone of Belinda's voice, she looked up timidly in her face for a few moments without being able to speak. "Are you really here once more, my dear Belinda?" cried she at last. "And may I still call you my friend? And do you forgive me? Yes, I see you do, and from you I can endure the humiliation of being forgiven. Enjoy the noble sense of your own superiority." "My dear Lady Delacour," said Belinda, "you see all this in too strong a light. You have done me no injury. I have nothing to forgive." "I cannot see it in too strong a light. Nothing to forgive. Yes, you have that which it is the most difficult to forgive, injustice. Oh, how you must have despised me for the folly, the meanness of my suspicions! Of all tempers that which appears to me, and I am sure to you, the most despicable, the most intolerable, is a suspicious temper. Mine was once open, generous as your own. You see how the best dispositions may be depraved. What am I now? Fit only to point a moral, or adorn a tale. A mismatched, misplaced, miserable, perverted being. And now you have abused yourself till you are breathless, I may have some chance," said Belinda, "of being heard in your defence. I perfectly agree with you in thinking that a suspicious temper is despicable and intolerable; but there is a vast difference between an acute fit of jealousy, as our friend Dr. X would say, and a chronic habit of suspicion. The noblest natures may be worked up to suspicion by designing villainy, and then a handkerchief or a hammer cloth trifles as light as air." "Oh, my dear, you are too good! But my folly admits of no excuse, no palliation," interrupted Lady Delacour. "Mine was jealousy without love." "That indeed would admit of no excuse," said Belinda; "therefore you will pardon me if I think it incredible, especially as I have detected you in feeling something like affection for your little daughter, after you had done your best, I mean your worst, to make me believe that you were a monster of a mother." "That was quite another affair, my dear. I did not know Helena was worth loving. I did not imagine my little daughter could love me. When I found my mistake, I changed my tone. But there is no hope of mistake with my poor husband. Your own sense must show you that Lord Delacour is not a man to be loved." "That could not always have been your ladyship's opinion," said Belinda, with an arch smile. "Lord, my dear," said Lady Delacour, a little embarrassed, "in the highest paroxysm of my madness, I never suspected that you could love Lord Delacour. I surely only hinted that you were in love with his coronet. That was absurd enough in all conscience. Don't make me more absurd than I am." "Is it then the height of absurdity to love a husband?" "Love! Nonsense! Impossible! Hush! Here he comes, with his odious creaking shoes. What man can ever expect to be loved who wears creaking shoes?" pursued her ladyship, as Lord Delacour entered the room, his shoes creaking at every step, and assuming an air of levity. She welcomed him as a stranger to her dressing room. "No speeches, my lord, no speeches, I beseech you," cried she, as he was beginning to speak to Miss Portman. "Believe me that explanations always make bad worse. Miss Portman is here, thank Heaven, and Champfort is gone, thank you, or your boots. And now let us sit down to breakfast, and forget as soon as possible every thing that is disagreeable." When Lady Delacour had a mind to banish painful recollections, it was scarcely possible to resist the magical influence of her conversation and manners. Yet her lord's features never relaxed to a smile during this breakfast. He maintained an obstinate silence and a profound solemnity, till at last, rising from table, he turned to Miss Portman and said, "Of all the caprices of fine ladies, that which surprises me the most is the whim of keeping their beds without being sick.
Now, Miss Portman, you would hardly suppose that my Lady Delacour, who has been so lively this morning, has kept her bed, as I am informed, a fortnight. Is not this astonishing?"
"Prodigiously astonishing that my Lord Delacour, like all the rest of the world, should be liable to be deceived by appearances," cried her ladyship. "Honour me with your attention for a few minutes, my lord, and perhaps I may increase your astonishment." His lordship, struck by the sudden change of her voice from gaiety to gravity, fixed his eyes upon her, and returned to his seat. She paused. Then, addressing herself to Belinda, "My incomparable friend," said she, "I will now give you a convincing proof of the unlimited power you have over my mind. My lord, Miss Portman has persuaded me to the step which I am now going to take. She has prevailed upon me to make a decisive trial of your prudence and kindness. She has determined me to throw myself on your mercy."
"Mercy?"
repeated Lord Delacour, and a confused idea that she was now about to make a confession of the justice of some of his former suspicions took possession of his mind. He looked aghast. "I am going, my lord, to confide to you a secret of the utmost importance, a secret which is known to but 3 people in the world, Miss Portman, Marriott, and a man whose name I cannot reveal to you."
"Stop, Lady Delacour!" cried his lordship, with a degree of emotion and energy which he had never shown till now. "Stop, I conjure. I command you, madam. I am not sufficiently master of myself. I once loved you too well to hear such a stroke. Trust me with no such secret. Say no more. You have said enough, too much. I forgive you, that is all I can do. But we must part, Lady Delacour," said he, breaking from her with agony expressed in his countenance.
"The man has a heart, a soul, I protest. You knew him better than I did, Miss Portman. Nay, you are not gone yet, my lord. You really love me, I find."
"No, no, no," cried he vehemently. "Weak as you take me to be, Lady Delacour, I am incapable of loving a woman who has disgraced me, disgraced herself, her family, her station, her high endowments, her—" His utterance failed.
"Oh, Lady Delacour!" cried Belinda, "how can you trifle in this manner?" "I meant not," said her ladyship, "to trifle. I am satisfied, my lord. It is time that you should be satisfied. I can give you the most irrefragable proof that whatever may have been the apparent levity of my conduct, you have had no serious cause for jealousy. But the proof will shock, disgust you. Have you courage to know more? Then follow me." He followed her. Belinda heard the boudoir door unlocked. In a few minutes they returned. Grief and horror and pity were painted in Lord Delacour's countenance as he passed hastily through the room. "My dearest friend, I have taken your advice. Would to heaven I had taken it sooner!" said Lady Delacour to Miss Portman. "I have revealed to Lord Delacour my real situation. Poor man! He was shocked beyond expression. He behaved incomparably well. I am convinced that he would, as he said, let his hand be cut off to save my life. The moment his foolish jealousy was extinguished, his love for me revived in full force. Would you believe it? He has promised me to break with odious Mrs. Luttridge. Upon my charging him to keep my secret from her, he instantly, in the handsomest manner in the world, declared he would never see her more, rather than give me a moment's uneasiness. How I reproach myself for having been for years the torment of this man's life!" "You may do better than reproach yourself, my dear Lady Delacour," said Belinda. "You may yet live for years to be the blessing and pride of his life. I am persuaded that nothing but your despair of obtaining domestic happiness has so long enslaved you to dissipation; and now that you find a friend in your husband, now that you know the affectionate temper of your little Helena, you will have fresh views and fresh hopes. You will have the courage to live for yourself, and not for what is called the world." "The world!" cried Lady Delacour, with a tone of disdain. "How long has that word enslaved a soul formed for higher purposes?" She paused, and looked up towards heaven with an expression of fervent devotion, which Belinda had once, and but once, before seen in her countenance. Then, as if forgetful even that Belinda was present, she threw herself upon a sofa, and fell, or seemed to fall, into a profound reverie. She was roused by the entrance of Marriott, who came into the room to ask whether she would now take her laudanum. "I thought I had taken it," said she in a feeble voice; and as she raised her eyes and saw Belinda, she added with a faint smile, "Miss Portman, I believe, has been laudanum to me this morning; but even that will not do long. You see, nothing will do for me now but this." And she stretched out her hand for the laudanum. "Is it not shocking to think," continued she, after she had swallowed it, "that in laudanum alone I find the means of supporting existence?" She put her hand to her head, as if partly conscious of the confusion of her own ideas, and ashamed that Belinda should witness it. She desired Marriott to assist her to rise, and to support her to her bedchamber. She made a sign to Miss Portman not to follow her. "Do not take it unkindly, but I am quite exhausted, and wish to be alone; for I am grown fond of being alone some hours in the day, and perhaps I shall sleep." Marriott came out of her lady's room about a quarter of an hour afterward, and said that her lady seemed disposed to sleep, but that she desired to have her book left by her bedside. Marriott searched among several which lay upon the table for one in which a mark was put. Belinda looked over them along with Marriott, and she was surprised to find that they had almost all methodistical titles. Lady Delacour's mark was in the middle of Wesley's Admonitions. Several pages in another book of the same description Miss Portman found marked in pencil, with reiterated lines, which she knew to be her ladyship's customary mode of distinguishing passages that she particularly liked. Some were highly oratorical, but most of them were of a mystical cast, and appeared to Belinda scarcely intelligible. She had reason to be astonished at meeting with such books in the dressing room of a woman of Lady Delacour's character. During the solitude of her illness, her ladyship had first begun to think seriously on religious subjects, and the early impressions that had been made on her mind in her childhood by a methodistical mother recurred. Her understanding, weakened perhaps by disease, and never accustomed to reason, was incapable of distinguishing between truth and error; and her temper, naturally enthusiastic, hurried her from one extreme to the other, from thoughtless scepticism to visionary credulity. Her devotion was by no means steady or permanent. It came on by fits, usually at the time when the effect of opium was exhausted, or before a fresh dose began to operate. In these intervals she was low-spirited; bitter reflections on the manner in which she had thrown away her talents and her life obtruded themselves. The idea of the untimely death of Colonel Lawless, of which she reproached herself as the cause, returned, and her mind, from being a prey to remorse, began to sink in these desponding moments under the most dreadful superstitious terrors, terrors the more powerful as they were secret. Whilst the stimulus of laudanum lasted, the train of her ideas always changed, and she was amazed at the weak fears and strange notions by which she had been disturbed. Yet it was not in her power entirely to chase away these visions of the night, and they gained gradually a dominion over her, of which she was heartily ashamed. She resolved to conceal this weakness, as in her gayer moments she thought it, from Belinda, from whose superior strength of understanding she dreaded ridicule or contempt. Her experience of Miss Portman's gentleness and friendship might reasonably have prevented or dispelled such apprehensions, but Lady Delacour was governed by pride, by sentiment, by whim, by enthusiasm, by passion, by anything but reason. When she began to revive after her fit of languor, and had been refreshed by opium and sleep, she rang for Marriott, and inquired for Belinda. She was much provoked when Marriott, by way of proving to her that Miss Portman could not have been tired of being left alone, told her that she had been in the dressing-room rummaging over the books. "What books?" cried Lady Delacour. "I forgot that they were left there. Miss Portman is not reading them still, I suppose? Go for them, and let them be locked up in my own bookcase, and bring me the key." Her ladyship appeared in good spirits when she saw Belinda again. She rallied her upon the serious studies she had chosen for her morning's amusements. "Those methodistical books, with their strange quaint titles," said she, "are however diverting enough to those who, like myself, can find diversion in the height of human absurdity." Deceived by the levity of her manner, Belinda concluded that the marks of approbation in these books were ironical, and she thought no more of the matter; for Lady Delacour suddenly gave a new turn to the conversation by exclaiming, "Now we talk of the height of human absurdity, what are we to think of Clarence Hervey?" "Why should we think of him at all?" said Belinda. "For two excellent reasons, my dear: because we cannot help it, and because he deserves it. Yes, he deserves it, believe me. If it were only for having written these charming letters," said Lady Delacour, opening a cabinet, and taking out a small packet of letters, which she put into Belinda's hands. "Pray read them. You will find them amazingly edifying, as well as entertaining. I protest I am only puzzled to know whether I shall bind them up with Sterne's Sentimental Journey, or Fordyce's Sermons for Young Women. Here, my love, if you like description," continued her ladyship, opening one of the letters, "here is a Radcliffean tour along the picturesque coasts of Dorset and Devonshire. Why he went this tour, unless for the pleasure and glory of describing it, heaven knows. Clouds and darkness rest over the tourist's private history, but this of course renders letters more piquant and interesting. All who have a just taste either for literature or for gallantry know how much we are indebted to the obscure for the sublime, and orators and lovers feel what felicity there is in the use of the fine figure of suspension." "Very good description indeed," said Belinda, without raising her eyes from the letter, or seeming to pay any attention to the latter part of Lady Delacour's speech. "Very good description, certainly." "Well, my dear, but here is something better than pure description. Here is sense for you, and pray mark the politeness of addressing sense to a woman of sense, I mean, and which of us is not? Then here is sentiment for you," continued her ladyship, spreading another letter before Belinda. "A story of a Dorsetshire lady, who had the misfortune to be married to a man as unlike Mr. Percival and as like Lord Delacour as possible, and yet, oh, wonderful! they make as happy a couple as one's heart could wish. Now I am truly candid and good natured to admire this letter, for every word of it is a lesson to me, and evidently was so intended. But I take it all in good part, because, to do Clarence justice, he describes the joys of domestic paradise in such elegant language, that he does not make me sick. In short, my dear Belinda, to finish my panegyric, as it has been said of some other epistles, If ever there were letters calculated to make you fall in love with the writer of them, these are they." "Then," said Miss Portman, folding up the letter which she was just going to read, "I will not run the hazard of reading them." "Why, my dear?" said Lady Delacour, with a look of mingled concern, reproach, and raillery. "Have you actually given up my poor Clarence merely on account of this mistress in the wood, this Virginia St. Pierre? Nonsense! Begging your pardon, my dear, the man loves you. Some entanglement, some punctilio, some doubt, some delicacy, some folly, prevents him from being just at this moment where, I confess, he ought to be, at your feet. And you, out of patience, which a young lady ought never to be if she can help it, will go and marry. I know you will. Some stick of a rival, purely to provoke him." "If ever I marry," said Belinda, with a look of proud humility, "I shall certainly marry to please myself, and not to provoke any body else; and at all events, I hope I shall never marry a stick." "Pardon me that word," said Lady Delacour: "I am convinced you never will. But one is apt to judge of others by oneself. I am willing to believe that Mr. Vincent—" "Mr. Vincent! How did you know?" exclaimed Belinda. "How did I know? Why, my dear, do you think I am so little interested about you, that I have not found out some of your secrets? And do you think that Marriott could refrain from telling me, in her most triumphant tone, that Miss Portman has not gone to Oakly park for nothing, that she has made a conquest of a Mr. Vincent, a West Indian, a ward, or lately a ward of Mr. Percival's, the handsomest man that ever was seen, and the richest, etc., etc., etc.? Now, Simple, I rejoiced at the news, for I took it for granted that you would never seriously think of marrying the man." "Then why did your ladyship rejoice?" "Why? Oh, you novice at Cupid's chessboard! Do not you see the next move? Check with your new knight, and the game is your own. Now, if your aunt Stanhope saw your look at this instant, she would give you up for ever, if she have not done that already, in plain unmetaphorical prose. Then cannot you comprehend, my straightforward Belinda, that if you make Clarence Hervey heartily jealous, let the impediments to your union be what they may, he will acknowledge himself to be heartily in love with you? I should make no scruple of frightening him within an inch of his life, for his good. Sir Philip Baddely was not the man to frighten him, but this Mr. Vincent, by all accounts, is just the thing. And do you imagine that I could use Mr. Vincent so ill? And can you think me capable of such double dealing? Oh, in love and war, you know, all stratagems are allowable. But you take the matter so seriously, and you redden with such virtuous indignation, that I dare not say a word more. Only, may I ask, are you absolutely engaged to Mr. Vincent?" "No, we have had the prudence to avoid all promises, all engagements." "There's my good girl!" cried Lady Delacour, kissing her. "All may yet turn out well. Read those letters. Take them to your room. Read them, and depend upon it, my dearest Belinda, you are not the sort of woman that can be happy, if you make a mere match of convenience. Forgive me, I love you too well not to speak the truth, though it may offend for a moment." "You do not offend, but you misunderstand me," said Belinda. "Have patience with me, and you shall find that I am incapable of making a mere match of convenience." End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 20, Part 2, of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth, Chapter 20, Part 2. Reconciliation. Then Miss Portman gave Lady Delacour a simple but full account of all that had passed at Oakly park, relative to Mr. Vincent. She repeated the arguments by which Lady Anne Percival had first prevailed upon her to admit of Mr. Vincent's addresses. She said that she had been convinced by Mr. Percival that the omnipotence of a first love was an idea founded in error, and realised only in romance, and that to believe that none could be happy in marriage except with the first object of their fancy or their affections would be an error pernicious to individuals and to society. When she detailed the arguments used by Mr. Percival on this subject, Lady Delacour sighed and observed that Mr. Percival was certainly right, judging from his own experience, to declaim against the folly of first loves. And for the same reason, added she, perhaps I may be pardoned if I retain some prejudice in their favour. She turned aside her head to hide a starting tear, and here the conversation dropped. Belinda, recollecting the circumstances of her ladyship's early history, reproached herself for having touched on this tender subject. Yet at the same time she felt with increased force, at this moment, the justice of Mr. Percival's observations; for evidently the hold which this prejudice had kept in Lady Delacour's mind had materially injured her happiness, by making her neglect, after her marriage, all the means of content that were in her reach. Her incessant comparisons between her first love and her husband excited perpetual contempt and disgust in her mind for her wedded lord, and for many years precluded all perception of his good qualities, all desire to live with him upon good terms, and all idea of securing that share of domestic happiness that was actually in her power. Belinda resolved at some future moment, whenever she could, with propriety and with effect, to suggest these reflections to Lady Delacour, and in the meantime she was determined to turn them to her own advantage. She perceived that she should have need of all her steadiness to preserve her judgment unbiassed by her ladyship's wit and persuasive eloquence on the one hand, and on the other by her own high opinion of Lady Anne Percival's judgment, and the anxious desire she felt to secure her approbation. The letters from Clarence Hervey she read at night, when she retired to her own room, and they certainly raised not only Belinda's opinion of his talents, but her esteem for his character. She saw that he had with great address made use of the influence he possessed over Lady Delacour, to turn her mind to every thing that could make her amiable, estimable, and happy. She saw that Clarence, so far from attempting, for the sake of his own vanity, to retain his preeminence in her ladyship's imagination, used, on the contrary, his utmost skill to turn the tide of her affections toward her husband and her daughter. In one of his letters, and but in one, he mentioned Belinda. He expressed great regret in hearing from Lady Delacour that her friend, Miss Portman, was no longer with her. He expatiated on the inestimable advantages and happiness of having such a friend; but this referred to Lady Delacour, not to himself. There was an air of much respect and some embarrassment in all he said of Belinda, but nothing like love. A few words at the end of this paragraph were cautiously obliterated, however, and without any obvious link of connection. The writer began a new sentence with a general reflection upon the folly and imprudence of forming romantic projects. Then he enumerated some of the various schemes he had formed in his early youth, and humorously recounted how they had failed, or how they had been abandoned. Afterward, changing his tone from playful wit to serious philosophy, he observed the changes which these experiments had made in his own character. "My friend Dr. X," said he, "divides mankind into three classes: those who learn from the experience of others, they are happy men; those who learn from their own experience, they are wise men; and lastly, those who learn neither from their own nor from other people's experience, they are fools. This class is by far the largest. I am content," continued Clarence, "to be in the middle class; perhaps you will say, because I cannot be in the first. However, were it in my power to choose my own character, I should, forgive me the seeming vanity of the speech, still be content to remain in my present station upon this principle. The characters of those who are taught by their own experience must be progressive in knowledge and virtue. Those who learn from the experience of others may become stationary, because they must depend for their progress on the experiments that we brave volunteers, at whose expense they are to live and learn, are pleased to try. There may be much safety in thus snugly fighting, or rather seeing the battle of life behind the broad shield of a stouter warrior. Yet it seems to me to be rather an ignominious than an enviable situation. Our friend Dr. X would laugh at my insisting upon being amongst the class of learners by their own experience. He would ask me whether it be the ultimate end of my philosophy to try experiments or to be happy. And what answer should I make? I have none ready. Common sense stares me in the face, and my feelings, even at this instant, alas, confute my system. I shall pay too dear yet for some of my experiments. Sois grand homme, et sois malheureux, is, I am afraid, the law of nature, or rather the decree of the world. Your ladyship will not read this without a smile, for you will immediately infer that I think myself a great man; and as I detest hypocrisy yet more than vanity, I shall not deny the charge. At all events, I feel that I am at present, however gaily I talk of it, in as fair a way to be unhappy for life as if I were in good earnest the greatest man in Europe. Your ladyship's most respectful admirer and sincere friend, Clarence Hervey. P.S. I hope that your friend Miss Portman may spend the winter in town. Though Lady Delacour had been much fatigued by the exertion of her spirits during the day, she sat up at night to write to Mr. Hervey. Her love and gratitude to Miss Portman interested her most warmly for her happiness, and she was persuaded that the most effectual way to secure it would be to promote her union with her first love. Lady Delacour, who had also the best opinion of Clarence Hervey, and the most sincere friendship for him, thought she was likewise acting highly for his interest, and she felt that she had some merit in at once parting with him from the train of her admirers, and urging him to become a dull married man. Besides these generous motives, she was perhaps a little influenced by jealousy of the superior power which Lady Anne Percival had in so short a time acquired over Belinda's mind. Strange, thought she, if love and I be not a match for Lady Anne Percival and reason. To do Lady Delacour justice, it must be observed that she took the utmost care in her letter not to commit her friend. She wrote with all the delicate address of which she was mistress. She began by rallying her correspondent on his indulging himself so charmingly in the melancholy of genius, and she prescribed a cure to her malheureux imaginaire, as she called him, those joys of domestic life which he so well knew how to paint. Précepte commence, exemple achève, said her ladyship. You will never see me la femme comme il y en a peu, till I see you le bon mari. Belinda Portman has this day returned to me from Oakley Park, fresh, blooming, wise, and gay as country air, flattery, philosophy, and love can make her. It seems that she has had full employment for her head and heart. Mr. Percival and Lady Anne, by right of science and reason, have taken possession of the head, and Mr. Vincent, their ci devant ward and declared favourite, has laid close siege to the heart, of which he is in a fair way, I think, to take possession, by the right of conquest. As far as I can understand, for I have not yet seen Le Futur, he deserves my Belinda; for besides being as handsome as any hero of romance, ancient or modern, he has a soul in which neither spot nor blemish can be found, except the amiable weakness of being desperately in love, a weakness which we ladies are apt to prefer to the most philosophic stoicism. Apropos of philosophy, we may presume that notwithstanding Mr. V. is a Creole, he has been bred up by his guardian in the class of men who learn by the experience of others. As such, according to your system, he has a right to expect to be a happy man, has not he? According to Mrs. Stanhope's system, I am sure that he has, for his thousands and tens of thousands, as I am credibly informed, past the comprehension of the numeration table. But these will weigh not a grain in the estimation of a truly disinterested and noble-minded niece. Mrs. Stanhope knows nothing of Mr. Vincent's proposals, and it is well for him she does not, for her worldly good word would mar the whole. Not so as to Lady Anne and Mr. Percival's approbation. Their opinion is all in all with my friend. How they have contrived it I know not, but they have gained over Belinda's mind a degree of power almost equal to parental authority. So you may guess that the doubtful beam will not much longer nod from side to side. Indeed, it seems to me scarcely necessary to throw in the sword of authority to turn the scale. If you can persuade yourself to finish your picturesque tour before the edicts of the charming month of November, do, my dear Clarence. Make haste and come back to us in time for Belinda's wedding, and do not forget my commission about the Dorsetshire angel. Bring me one in your right hand with a gold ring upon her taper finger. So help you Cupid, or never more expect a smile. From your sincere friend and admirer, T.C.H. Delacour. P.S. Observe, my good sir, that I am not in such a desperate hurry to congratulate you on your marriage, that I should be satisfied with an ordinary Mrs. Hervey: so do not, under pretence of obliging me, or for any other consideration, yoke yourself to some damsel that you will be ashamed to produce. For one woman worthy to be Clarence Hervey's wife, I have seen, at a moderate computation, 100 fit to be his mistress. If he should on this subject mistake the fitness of things or of persons, he would indeed be in a fair way to be unhappy for life. The substance of a lady's letter, it has been said, always is comprised in the postscript. After Lady Delacour had finished this letter, which she had no doubt would bring Clarence immediately to town, she left it with Marriott, with orders to have it sent by the next post. Much fatigued, she then retired to rest, and was not visible the next day till near dinner time. When Miss Portman returned the packet of Mr. Hervey's letters, her ladyship was dissatisfied with the measured terms of Belinda's approbation, and she said with a sarcastic smile, "So they have made a complete philosopher of you at Oakly park? You are perfect in the first lesson, not to admire? And is the torch of Cupid to be extinguished on the altar of reason?" "Rather to be lighted there, if possible," said Belinda; and she endeavoured to turn the conversation to what she thought must be more immediately interesting to Lady Delacour, her own health. She assured her with perfect truth that she was at present more intent upon her situation than upon Cupid or his torch. "I believe you, my generous Belinda," said Lady Delacour, "and for that very reason I am interested in your affairs. I am afraid even to the verge of impertinence. May I ask why this preux chevalier of yours did not attend you, or follow you to town?" Mr. Vincent? He knew that I came to attend your ladyship. I told him that you had been confined by a nervous fever, and that it would be impossible for me to see him at present; but I promised, when you could spare me, to return to Oakly park." Lady Delacour sighed, and opened Clarence Hervey's letters one after another, looking over them without seeming well to know what she was about. Lord Delacour came into the room whilst these letters were still in her hand. He had been absent since the preceding morning, and he now seemed as if he were just come home, much fatigued. He began in a tone of great anxiety to inquire after Lady Delacour's health. She was piqued at his having left home at such a time, and merely bowing her head to him, she went on reading. His eyes glanced upon the letters which she held in her hand, and when he saw the well-known writing of Clarence Hervey, his manner immediately altered, and stammering out some commonplace phrases, he threw himself into an arm-chair by the fireside, protesting that he was tired to death, that he was half dead, that he had been in a post-chaise for 3 hours, which he hated, had ridden 50 miles since yesterday, and he muttered that he was a fool for his pains, an observation which, though it reached her ladyship's ears, she did not think proper to contradict. His lordship had then recourse to his watch, his never-failing friend in need, which he always pulled out with a particular jerk when he was vexed.
"It is time for me to be gone. I shall be late at Studley's."
"You dine with his lordship, then?" said Lady Delacour, in a careless tone.
"Yes, and his good Burgundy I hope will wind me up again," said he, stretching himself, "for I am quite down."
"Quite down? Then we may conclude that my friend Mrs. Luttridge is not yet come to Rantipole. Rantipole, my dear," continued Lady Delacour, turning to Miss Portman, "is the name of Harriot Freke's villa in Kent. However strange it may sound to your ears and mine, I can assure you the name has made fortune amongst a certain description of wits, and candour must allow that, if not elegant, it is appropriate. It gives a just idea of the manners and way of life of the place, for every thing at Rantipole is Rantipole. But I am really concerned, my lord, you should have ridden yourself down in this way for nothing. Why did not you get better intelligence before you set out? I am afraid you feel the loss of Champfort. Why did you not contrive to learn for certain, my dear good lord, whether the Luttridge was at Rantipole, before you set out on this wild goose chase?"
"My dear good lady," replied Lord Delacour, assuming a degree of spirit which startled her as much as it became him, "why do you not get better intelligence before you suspect me of being a brute and a liar? Did not I promise you yesterday that I would break with the Luttridge, as you call her? And how could you imagine that the instant afterwards, just at the time I was wrung to the soul, as you know I was, how could you imagine I would leave you to go to Rantipole, or to any woman upon earth?"
"Oh, my lord, I beg your pardon 1,000 times!" cried Lady Delacour, rising with much emotion, and going towards him with a sudden impulse. She kissed his forehead.
"And so you ought to beg my pardon," said Lord Delacour, in a faltering voice, but without moving his posture.
"You will acknowledge you left me, however, my lord, that is clear."
"Left you? Yes, so I did, to ride all over the country in search of a house that would suit you. For what else did you think I could leave you at such a time as this?"
Lady Delacour again stooped and leaned her arm upon his shoulder.
"I wish to heaven, my dear," said his lordship, shrinking as he put away her hand, which still held Clarence Hervey's letters, "I wish to heaven, my dear, you would not hold those abominable perfume papers just under my very nose. You know I cannot stand perfumes."
"Are they perfumed? Ay, so every thing is that I keep in that cabinet of curiosities. Thank you, my dear Miss Portman," said her ladyship, as Belinda rose to take the letters from her hand. "Will you have the goodness to put them back into their cabinet, if you can endure to touch them, if the perfume has not overcome you as well as my lord? After all, it's only ottar of roses, to which few people's olfactory nerves have an antipathy."
"I have the honour to be one of the few," said his lordship, rising from his seat,
with so sudden a motion as to displace Lady Delacour's arm, which leaned upon him. For my part, continued he, taking down one of the argand lamps from the chimney piece and trimming it, I would rather 100 to 1 snuff up the oil of this cursed lamp. Whilst his lordship applied himself to trimming the lamp with great earnestness, Lady Delacour negligently walked away to the farthest end of the room, where stood the cabinet which Belinda was trying to unlock. "Stay, my love, it has a secret lock which I alone can manage." "Oh, my dear Lady Delacour," whispered Belinda, holding her hand as she gave her the key, "I never can love or esteem you if you use Lord Delacour ill now." "Ill now? Ill now? This lock is spoilt, I do believe," said she aloud. "Nay, you understand me, Lady Delacour. You see what is passing in his mind." "To be sure, I am not a fool, though he is. I see he is jealous, though he has had such damning proof that all's right. The man's a fool, that's all. Are you sure this is the key I gave you, my dear?" "And can you think him a fool," pursued Belinda, in a still more earnest whisper, "for being more jealous of your mind than of your person? Fools have seldom so much penetration or so much delicacy." "But, Lord, what would you have me do? What would you have me say? That Lord Delacour writes better letters than these?" "Oh, no! But show him these letters, and you will do justice to him, to yourself, to everybody." "I am sure I should be happy to do justice to everybody." "Then pray do this very instant, my dearest Lady Delacour, and I shall love you for it all my life." "Done? For who can withstand that offer?" "Done," said her ladyship. Then turning to Lord Delacour, "My lord, will you come here and tell us what can be the matter with this lock?"
"If the lock be spoiled, Lady Delacour, you had better send for a locksmith," replied his lordship, who was still employed about the wick of the argand. "I am no locksmith. I do not pretend to understand locks, especially secret locks." "But you will not desert us at our utmost need, I am sure, my lord," said Belinda, approaching him with a conciliatory smile. "You want the light, I believe, more than I do," said his lordship, advancing with the lamp to meet her. "Well, what is the matter with this confounded lock of yours, Lady Delacour? I know I should be at Studley's by this time; but how, in the devil's name, can you expect me to open a secret lock when I do not know the secret, Lady Delacour?"
"Then I will tell you the secret, Lord Delacour, that there is no secret at all in the lock, or in the letters. Here, if you can stand the odious smell of ottar roses, take these letters and read them, foolish man, and keep them till the shocking perfume is gone off." Lord Delacour could scarcely believe his senses. He looked in Lady Delacour's eyes to see whether he had understood her rightly. "But I am afraid," said she, smiling, "that you will find the perfume too overcoming."
"Not half so overcoming," cried he, seizing her hand, and kissing it often with eager tenderness, "not half so overcoming as this confidence, this kindness, this condescension from you."
"Miss Portman will think us both a couple of old fools," said her ladyship, making a slight effort to withdraw her hand. "But she is almost as great a simpleton herself, I think," continued she, observing that the tears stood in Belinda's eyes.
"My lord," said a footman who came in at this instant, "do you dress? The carriage is at the door, as you ordered, to go to Lord Studley's." "I'd see Lord Studley at the devil, sir, and his burgundy along with him, before I'd go to him to day, and you may tell him so, if you please," cried Lord Delacour. "Very well, my lord," said the footman.
"My lord dines at home: they may put up the carriage, that's all," said Lady Delacour. "Only let us have dinner directly," added she, as the servant shut the door. "Miss Portman will be famished amongst us. There is no living upon sentiment."
"And there is no living with such bells without being something more of a beau," said Lord Delacour, looking at his splashed boots. "I will be ready for dinner before dinner is ready for me." With activity very unusual to him, he hurried out of the room to change his dress. "Oh, day of wonders!" exclaimed Lady Delacour.
And oh, night of wonders, if we can get him through the evening without the help of Lord Studley's wine. You must give us some music, my good Belinda, and make him accompany you with his flute. I can tell you, he has really a very pretty taste for music, and knows 50 times more of the matter than half the dilettanti, who squeeze the human face divine into all manner of ridiculous shapes, by way of persuading you that they are in ecstasy. And, my dear, do not forget to show us the charming little portfolio of drawings that you have brought from Oakley Park. Lord Delacour was with me at Harrowgate in the days of his courtship. He knows the charming views that you have been taking about Knaresborough and Fountain's Abbey, and all those places. I will answer for it, he remembers them 100 times better than I do. And, my love, I assure you he is a better judge of drawing than many whom we saw ogling Venus rising from the sea in the Orleans gallery. Lord Delacour has let his talents go to sleep in a shameless manner, but really he has talents, if they could be wakened. By the by, pray make him tell you the story of Lord Studley's original Titian. He tells that story with real humour. Perhaps you have not found it out, but Lord Delacour has a vast deal of drollery in his own way, and—
"Dinner's ready, my lady."
"That is a pity," whispered Lady Delacour; "for if they had let me go on in my present humour, I should have found out that my lord has every accomplishment under the sun, and every requisite under the moon, to make the marriage state happy." With the assistance of Belinda's portfolio and her harp, and the good humour and sprightliness of Lady Delacour's wit, his lordship got through the evening much to his own satisfaction. He played on the flute, he told the story of Studley's original Titian, and he detected a fault that had escaped Mr. Percival in the perspective of Miss Portman's sketch of Fountain's Abbey. The perception that his talents were called out, and that he appeared to unusual advantage, made him excellent company. He found that the spirits can be raised by self-complacency even more agreeably than by Burgundy. End of the second part of chapter 20. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 21 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 21. Helena. Whilst they were at breakfast the next morning in Lady Delacour's dressing-room, Marriott knocked at the door, and immediately opening it, exclaimed in a joyful tone, "Miss Portman, they're eating it! Ma'am, they're eating it as fast as ever they can." "Bring them in. Your lady will give you leave, Marriott, I fancy," said Miss Portman. Marriott brought in her goldfishes. Some green leaves were floating on the top of the water in the glass globe. "See, my ladies," said she, "what Miss Portman has been so good as to bring from Oakley Park for my poor goldfishes, who, I am sure, ought to be much obliged to her, as well as myself." Marriott set the globe beside her lady, and retired. "From Oakley Park! And by what name, impossible to pronounce, must I call these green leaves, to please botanic ears?" said Lady Delacour. "This," replied Belinda, "is what th'unlearned duckweed learned lemna call, and it is to be found in any ditch or standing pool." "And what possessed you, my dear, for the sake of Marriott and her goldfishes, to trouble yourself to bring such stuff 170 miles?" "To oblige little Charles Percival," said Miss Portman. "He was anxious to keep his promise of sending it to your Helena. She found out in some book that she was reading with him last summer, that goldfishes are fond of this plant. And I wish," added Belinda in a timid voice, "that she were here at this instant to see them eat it." Lady Delacour was silent for some minutes, and kept her eye steadily upon the goldfishes. At length she said, "I never shall forget how well the poor little creature behaved about those goldfishes. I grew amazingly fond of her whilst she was with me. But you know, circumstanced as I was, after you left me, I could not have her at home." "But now I am here," said Belinda, "will she be any trouble to you? And will she not make your home more agreeable to you, and to Lord Delacour, who is evidently very fond of her?" "Ah, my dear," said Lady Delacour, "you forget, and so do I at times, what I have to go through. It is in vain to think of making home, or any place, or anything, or any person agreeable to me now. What am I? The outside rind is left, the sap is gone. The tree lasts from day to day by miracle, it cannot last long. You would not wonder to hear me talk in this way, if you knew the terrible time I had last night after we parted. But I have these nights constantly now. Let us talk of something else. What have you there, a manuscript?" "Yes, a little journal of Edward Percival's, which he sent for the entertainment of Helena." Lady Delacour stretched out her hand for it. "The boy will write as like his father as possible," said she, turning over the leaves. "I wish to have this poor girl with me, but I have no spirits. And you know, whenever Lord Delacour can find a house that will suit us, we shall leave town, and I could not take Helena with me. But this may be the last opportunity I may ever have of seeing her, and I can refuse you nothing, my dear. So will you go for her? She can stay with us a few days. Lady Boucher, that most convenient dowager, who likes going about, no matter where, all the morning, will go with you to Mrs. Dumont's academy in Sloane Street. I would as soon go to a bird fancier's as to a boarding school for young ladies. Indeed, I am not well enough to go anywhere, so I will throw myself upon a sofa and read this child's journal. I wonder how that or anything else can interest me now." Belinda, who had been used to the variations of Lady Delacour's spirits, was not much alarmed by the despondent strain in which she now spoke, especially when she considered that the thoughts of the dreadful trial this unfortunate woman was soon to go through must naturally depress her courage. Rejoiced at the permission that she had obtained to go for Helena, Miss Portman sent immediately to Lady Boucher, who took her to Sloane Street. "Now, my dear, considerate Miss Portman," said Lady Boucher, "I must beg and request that you will hurry Miss Delacour into the carriage as fast as possible. I have not a moment to spare, for I am to be at a china auction at 2, that I would not miss for the whole world. Well, what's the matter with the people? Why does not James knock at the door? Can't the man read? Can't the man see?" cried the purblind dowager. "Is not that Mrs. Dumont's name on the door before his eyes?" "No, ma'am, I believe this name is Ellicot," said Belinda. "Ellicot, is it? Ay, true. But what's the man stopping for, then? Mrs. Dumont's is the next door, tell the blind dunce. Mercy on us, to waste one's time in this way. I shall, as sure as fate, be too late for the china auction. What upon earth stops us?" "Nothing but a little covered cart which stands at Mrs. Dumont's door. There, now it is going. An old man is drawing it out of the way as fast as he can." "Open the coach door, James," cried Lady Boucher the moment that they had drawn up. "Now, my dear, considerate Miss Portman, remember the auction, and don't let Miss Delacour stay to change her dress or anything." Belinda promised not to detain her ladyship a minute. The door at Mrs. Dumont's was open, and a servant was assisting an old man to carrying some geraniums and balsams out of the covered cart which had stopped the way. In the hall a crowd of children were gathered round a high stand, on which they were eagerly arranging their flower pots, and the busy hum of voices was so loud that when Miss Portman first went in, she could neither hear the servant nor make him hear her name. Nothing was to be heard but, "Oh, how beautiful! Oh, how sweet! That's mine. That's yours. The great rose geranium for Miss Jefferson. The white Provence rose for Miss Adderley. No, indeed, Miss Pocock, that's for Miss Delacour. The old man said so." "Silence! Silence, mesdemoiselles!" cried the voice of a Frenchwoman, and all was silence. The little crowd looked toward the hall door, and from the midst of her companions, Helena Delacour, who now caught a glimpse of Belinda, sprang forward, throwing down her white Provence rose as she passed. "Lady Boucher's compliments, ma'am," said the servant to Mrs. Dumont. "She's in indispensable haste, and she begs you won't let Miss Delacour think of changing her dress." It was the last thing of which Miss Delacour was likely to think at this instant. She was so much overjoyed, when she heard that Belinda was come by her mamma's desire to take her home, that she would scarcely stay whilst Mrs. Dumont was tying on her straw hat, and exhorting her to let Lady Delacour know how it happened that she was so far from fit to be seen. Yes, ma'am, I'll remember. I'll be sure to remember, said Helena, tripping down the steps. But just as she was getting into the carriage, she stopped at the sight of the old man, and exclaimed, "Oh, good old man, I must not forget you." "Yes, indeed you must, though, my dear Miss Delacour," said Lady Boucher, piling her into the carriage. "'Tis no time to think of good old men now." "But I must. Dear Miss Portman, will you speak for me? I must pay, I must settle, and I have a great deal to say." Miss Portman desired the old man to call in Berkeley Square at Lady Delacour's, and this satisfying all parties, they drove away. When they arrived in Berkeley Square, Marriott told them that her lady was just gone to lie down. Edward Percival's little journal, which she had been reading, was left on the sofa, and Belinda gave it to Helena, who eagerly began to look over it. 13 pages! Oh, how good he has been to write so much for me, said she, and she had almost finished reading it before her mother came into the room. Lady Delacour shrank back as her daughter ran towards her, for she recollected too well the agony she had once suffered from an embrace of Helena's. The little girl appeared more grieved than surprised at this, and after kissing her mother's hand, without speaking, she again looked down at the manuscript. "Does that engross your attention so entirely, my dear," said Lady Delacour, "that you can neither spare one word nor one look for your mother?" "Oh, mamma, I only tried to read because I thought you were angry with me." "An odd reason for trying to read, my dear," said Lady Delacour with a smile. "Have you any better reason for thinking I was angry with you?" "Ah, I know you are not angry now, for you smile," said Helena. "But I thought at first that you were, mamma, because you gave me only your hand to kiss." "Only my hand? The next time, simpleton, I'll give you only my foot to kiss," said her ladyship, sitting down and holding out her foot playfully. Her daughter threw aside the book, and kneeling down kissed her foot, saying in a low voice, "Dear mamma, I never was so happy in my life, for you never looked so very, very kindly at me before." Do not judge always of the kindness people feel for you, child, by their looks. And remember that it is possible a person might have felt more than you could guess by their looks. Pray now, Helena, are you such a good judge of physiognomy? Should you guess that I was dying by my looks? The little girl laughed and repeated, "Dying? Oh no, mamma." "Oh no? Because I have such a fine colour in my cheeks, hey?" "Not for that reason, mamma," said Helena, withdrawing her eyes from her mother's face. "What, then you know rouge already when you see it? You perceive some difference, for instance, between Miss Portman's colour and mine? Upon my word, you are a nice observer. Such nice observers are sometimes dangerous to have near one." "I hope, mother," said Helena, "that you do not think I would try to find out anything that you wish, or that I imagined you wished, I should not know." "I do not understand you, child," cried Lady Delacour, raising herself suddenly upon the sofa, and looking full in her daughter's face. Helena's colour rose to her temples, but with a firmness that surprised even Belinda, she repeated what she had said nearly in the same words. "Do you understand her, Miss Portman?" said Lady Delacour. "She expresses, I think," said Belinda, "a very honourable sentiment, and one that is easily understood." "Ay, in general, certainly," said Lady Delacour, checking herself. "But I thought that she meant to allude to something in particular. That was what I did not understand. Undoubtedly, my dear, you have just expressed a very honourable sentiment, and one that I should scarcely have expected from a child of your age." "Helena, my dear," said her mother, after a silence of some minutes, "did you ever read the Arabian Tales?" "Yes, mamma, I know must be the answer. But do you remember the story of Zobeide, who carried the porter home with her on condition that, let him hear or see what he might, he would ask no questions?" "Yes, mamma." "On the same conditions, should you like to stay with me for a few days?" "Yes, on any conditions, mamma, I should like to stay with you." "Agreed then, my dear," said Lady Delacour. "Now let us go to the goldfishes, and see them eat lemna, or whatever you please to call it." While they were looking at the goldfishes, the old man, who had been desired by Miss Portman to call, arrived. "Who is this fine, grey-haired old man?" said Lady Delacour. Helena, who did not know the share which Belinda's aunt and her own mother had in the transaction, began with great eagerness to tell the history of the poor gardener, who had been cheated by some fine ladies out of his aloe, etc. She then related how kind Lady Anne Percival and her Aunt Margaret had been to him, that they had gotten him a place as a gardener at Twickenham, and that he had pleased the family to whom he was recommended so much by his good behaviour, that, as they were leaving their house, and obliged to part with him, they had given him all the geraniums and balsams out of the greenhouse of which he had the care, and these he had been this day selling to the young ladies at Mrs. Dumont's. "I received the money for him, and I was just going to pay him," said Helena, "when Miss Portman came, and that put everything else out of my head. May I go and give him his money now, mamma?" "He can wait a few minutes," said Lady Delacour, who had listened to this story with much embarrassment and impatience. "Before you go, Helena, favour us with the names of the fine ladies who cheated this gardener out of his aloe." "Indeed, mamma, I don't know their names." "No? Did you never ask Lady Anne Percival or your Aunt Margaret? Look in my face, child. Did they never inform you?" "No, ma'am, never. I once asked Lady Anne, and she said that she did not choose to tell me, that it would be of no use to me to know." "I give Lady Anne Percival more credit and more thanks for this," cried Lady Delacour, "than for all the rest. I see she has not attempted to lower me in my child's opinion. I am the fine lady, Helena. I was the cause of his being cheated. I was intent upon the noble end of outshining a certain Mrs. Luttridge. The noble means I left to others, and the means having proved worthy of the end, I deserved to be brought to shame for my folly. Yet my being ashamed will do nobody any good but myself. Restitution is in these cases the best proof of repentance. Go, Helena, my love. Settle your affairs with this old man, and bid him call here again to-morrow. I will see what we can do for him." Lord Delacour had this very morning sent home to her ladyship a handsome diamond ring, which had been intended as a present for Mrs. Luttridge, and which he imagined would therefore be peculiarly acceptable to his lady. In the evening, when his lordship asked her how she liked the ring, which he desired the jeweller to leave for her to look at it, she answered that it was a handsome ring, but that she hoped he had not purchased it for her. "It is not actually bought, my dear," said his lordship, "but if it suits your fancy, I hope you will do me the honour to wear it for my sake." "I will wear it for your sake, my lord," said Lady Delacour, "if you desire it, and as a mark of your regard it is agreeable. But as to the rest, my taste for diamonds now is o'er, the sparkling baubles please no more. If you wish to do me a kindness, I will tell you what I should like much better than diamonds, though I know it is rather ungracious to dictate the form and fashion of a favour. But as my dictatorship in all human probability cannot last much longer— Oh, my dear Lady Delacour, I must not hear you talk in this manner. Your dictatorship, as you call it, will, I hope, last many, many happy years. But to the point, what should you like better, my dear, than this foolish ring?" Her ladyship then expressed her wish that a small annuity might be settled upon a poor old man, whom she said she had unwittingly injured. She told the story of the rival Gallus and the aloe, and concluded by observing that her lord was in some measure called upon to remedy part of the unnumbered ills which had sprung from her hatred of Mrs. Luttridge, as he had originally been the cause of her unextinguishable ire. Lord Delacour was flattered by this hint, and the annuity was immediately promised to the old gardener. In talking to this old man afterward, Lady Delacour found that the family in whose service he lately lived had a house at Twickenham that would just answer her purpose. Lord Delacour's inquiries had hitherto been unsuccessful. He was rejoiced to find what he wanted just as he was giving up the search. The house was taken, and the old man hired as gardener, a circumstance which seemed to give him almost as much pleasure as the annuity, for there was a morello cherry tree in the garden which had succeeded the aloe in his affection. It would have grieved him sorely, said he, to leave his favourite tree to strangers, after all the pains he had been at in netting it to keep off the birds. As the period approached when her fate was to be decided, Lady Delacour's courage seemed to rise, and at the same time her anxiety that her secret should not be discovered appeared to increase. "If I survive this business," said she, "it is my firm intention to appear in a new character, or rather to assert my real character. I will break through the spell of dissipation. I will at once cast off all the acquaintance that are unworthy of me. I will, in one word, go with you, my dear Belinda, to Mr. Percival's. I can bear to be mortified for my good, and I am willing, since I find that Lady Anne Percival has behaved generously to me with regard to Helena's affections, I am willing that the recovery of my moral health should be attributed to the salubrious air of Oakly Park. But it would be inexpressible, intolerable mortification to me to have it said or suspected in the world of fashion that I retreated from the ranks disabled instead of disgusted. A voluntary retirement is graceful and dignified. A forced retreat is awkward and humiliating. You must be sensible that I could not endure to have it whispered, Lady Delacour now sets up for being a prude because she can no longer be a coquette. Lady Delacour would become the subject of witticisms, epigrams, caricatures without end. It would just be the very thing for Mrs. Luttridge. Then she would revenge herself without mercy for the ass and her panniers. We should have Lord and Lady D., or the domestic tête-à-tête, or the reformed Amazon stuck up in a print-shop window. Oh, my dear, think of seeing such a thing! I should die with vexation, and of all deaths that is the death I should like the least. Though Belinda could not entirely enter into those feelings, which thus made Lady Delacour invent wit against herself, and anticipate caricatures, yet she did everything in her power to calm her ladyship's apprehension of a discovery. My dear, said Lady Delacour, I have perfect confidence in Lord Delacour's promise, and in his good nature, of which he has within these few days given me proofs that are not lost upon my heart. But he is not the most discreet man in the world. Whenever he is anxious about anything, you may read it a mile off in his eyes, nose, mouth, and chin. And to tell you all my fears in one word, Marriott informed me this morning that the Luttridge, who came from Harrowgate to Rantipole to meet Lord Delacour, finding that there was no drawing him to her, has actually brought herself to town. To town! At this strange time of year! How will my lord resist this unequivocal, unprecedented proof of passion? If she catch hold of him again, I am undone. Or, even suppose him firm as a rock, her surprise, her jealousy, her curiosity will set all engines at work to find out by what witchcraft I have taken my husband from her. Every precaution that prudence could devise against her malicious curiosity I have taken. Marriott, you know, is above all temptation. That vile wretch, naming the person whose quack medicines had nearly destroyed her, that vile wretch will be silent from fear for his own sake. He is yet to be paid and dismissed. That should have been done long ago, but I had not money both for him and Mrs. Franks the milliner. She is now paid, and Lord Delacour, I am glad to tell his friend how well he deserves her good opinion, Lord Delacour, in the handsomest manner, supplied me with the means of satisfying this man. He is to be here at 3 o'clock to-day, and this is the last interview he will ever have with Lady Delacour in the mysterious boudoir. The fears which her ladyship expressed of Mrs. Luttridge's malicious curiosity were not totally without foundation. Champfort was at work for her and for himself. The memorable night of Lady Delacour's overturn, and the bustle that Marriott made about the key of the boudoir, were still fresh in his memory, and he was in hopes that, if he could discover the mystery, he should at once regain his power over Lord Delacour, reinstate himself in his lucrative place, and obtain a handsome reward, or, more properly speaking, bribe, from Mrs. Luttridge. The means of obtaining information of all that passed in Lady Delacour's family were, he thought, still in his power, though he was no longer an intimate of the house. The stupid maid was not so stupid as to be impenetrable to the voice of flattery, or, as Mr. Champfort called it, the voice of love. He found it in his interest to court, and she her pleasure to be courted. On these coquettes of the second table, on these underplots in the drama, much of the comedy, and some of the tragedy, of life depend. Under the unsuspected mask of stupidity, this worthy mistress of our intriguing valet de chambre concealed the quick ears of a listener, and the demure eyes of a spy. Long, however, did she listen, and long did she spy in vain, till at last Mr. Champfort gave her notice in writing that his love would not last another week, unless she could within that time contrive to satisfy his curiosity, and that, in short, she must find out the reason why the boudoir was always locked, and why Mrs. Marriott alone was to be trusted with the key. Now it happened that this billet doux was received on the very day appointed for Lady Delacour's last interview with the quack surgeon in the mysterious boudoir. Marriott, as it was her custom upon such occasions, let the surgeon in, and showed him up the back stairs into the boudoir, locked the door, and bade him wait there till her lady came. The man had not been punctual to the hour appointed, and Lady Delacour, giving up all expectation of his coming till the next day, had retired to her bedchamber, where she of late, usually at this hour, secluded herself to read methodistical books or to sleep. Marriott, when she went up to let her lady know that the person, as she always called him, was come, found her so fast asleep that she thought it a pity to waken her, as she had not slept at all the preceding night. She shut the door very softly, and left her lady to repose. At the bottom of the stairs she was met by the stupid maid, whom she immediately dispatched with orders to wash some lace. "Your lady's asleep," said she, "and pray let me have no running up and down stairs." The room into which the stupid maid went was directly underneath the boudoir, and whilst she was there she thought that she heard the steps of a man's foot walking overhead. She listened more attentively. She heard them again. She armed herself with a glass of jelly in her hand, for my lady, and hurried upstairs instantly to my lady's room. She was much surprised to see my lady fast asleep. Her astonishment at finding that Mrs. Marriott had told her the truth was such as for a moment to bereave her of all presence of mind, and she stood with the door ajar in her hand. As thus she stood, she was roused by the sound of some one clearing his throat very softly in the boudoir. His throat, for she recollected the footsteps she had heard before, and she was convinced it could be no other than a masculine throat. She listened again, and stooped down to try whether any feet could be seen under the door. As she was in this attitude, her lady suddenly turned on her bed, and the book which she had been reading fell from the pillow to the floor with a noise that made the listener start up instantaneously in great terror. The noise, however, did not waken Lady Delacour, who was in that dead sleep which is sometimes the effect of opium. The noise was louder than what could have been made by the fall of a book alone, and the girl descried a key that had fallen along with the book. It occurred to her that this might possibly be the key of the boudoir. From one of those irresistible impulses which some people make an excuse for doing whatever they please, she seized it, resolved at all hazards to open the mysterious door. She was cautiously putting the key into the keyhole, so as not to make the least noise, when she was suddenly startled by a voice behind her, which said, "Who gave you leave to open that door?" She turned, and saw Helena standing at the half-open bedchamber door. "Mercy, Miss Delacour, who thought of seeing you? For God's sake, don't make a noise to waken my lady." "Did my mother desire you to go into that room?" repeated Helena. "Dear me, no, miss," said the maid, putting on her stupid face, "but I only thought to open the door, to let in a little air to freshen the room, which my lady always likes, and bids me to do, and I thought—" Helena took the key gently from her hand, without listening to any more of her thoughts, and the woman left the room, muttering something about jelly and my lady. Helena went to the side of her mother's bed, determined to wait there till she awakened, then to give her the key, and tell her the circumstance. Notwithstanding the real simplicity of this little girl's character, she was, as her mother had discovered, a nice observer, and she had remarked that her mother permitted no one but Marriott to go into the boudoir. This remark did not excite her to dive into the mystery. On the contrary, she carefully repressed all curiosity, remembering the promise she had given to her mother when she talked of Zobeide and the porter. She had not been without temptation to break this promise, for the maid who usually attended her toilette had employed every art in her power to stimulate her curiosity. As she was dressing Helena this morning, she had said to her, "The reason I was so late calling you, miss, this morning, was because I was so late myself last night, for I went to the play, miss, last night, which was Bluebeard. Lord bless us! I'm sure if I had been Bluebeard's wife, I should have opened the door if I'd died for it. For to have the notion of living all day long, and all night too, in a house in which there was a room that one was never to go into, is a thing I could not put up with." Then, after a pause, and after waiting in vain for some reply from Helena, she added, Pray, Miss Delacour, did you ever go into that little room within my lady's bedchamber, that Mrs. Marriott keeps the key of always?" "No," said Helena. "I've often wondered what's in it, but then that's only because I'm a simpleton. I thought to be sure you knew." Observing that Helena looked much displeased, she broke off her speech, hoping that what she had said would operate in due time, and that she should thus excite the young lady to get the secret from Marriott, which she had no doubt afterward of worming from Miss Delacour. In all this she calculated ill, for what she had said only made Helena distrust and dislike her. It was the recollection of this conversation that made her follow the maid to her mother's bedchamber, and see what detained her there so long. Helena had heard Marriott say that she ought not to run up and down stairs because her lady was asleep, and it appeared extraordinary that but a few minutes after this information she should have gone into the room with a glass of jelly in her hand. "Ah, mamma," thought Helena, as she stood beside her mother's bed, "you did not understand, and perhaps you did not believe me, when I said that I would not try to find out anything that you wished me not to know. Now I hope you will understand me better." Lady Delacour opened her eyes. "Helena," cried she, starting up, "how came you by that key?" "Oh, mother, don't look as if you suspected me." She then told her mother how the key came into her hands. "My dear child, you have done me an essential service," said Lady Delacour. "You know not its importance, at least in my estimation. But what gives me infinitely more satisfaction, you have proved yourself worthy of my esteem, my love." Marriott came into the room, and whispered a few words to her lady. "You may speak out, Marriott, before my Helena," said Lady Delacour, rising from the bed as she spoke. "Child as she is, Helena has deserved my confidence, and she shall be convinced that, where her mother has once reason to confide, she is incapable of suspicion. Wait here for a few minutes, my dear." She went to her boudoir, paid and dismissed the surgeon expeditiously, then returned, and taking her daughter by the hand, she said, "You look all simplicity, my dear. I see you have no vulgar schoolgirl curiosity. You will have all your mother's strength of mind. May you never have any of her faults, or any of her misfortunes. I speak to you not as to a child, Helena, for you have reason far above your years, and you will remember what I now say to you as long as you live. You will possess talents, beauty, fortune. You will be admired, followed, and flattered, as I have been. But do not throw away your life as I have thrown away mine, to win the praise of fools. Had I used but half the talents I possess, as I hope you will use yours, I might have been an ornament to my sex. I might have been a Lady Anne Percival." Here Lady Delacour's voice failed, but commanding her emotion, she in a few moments went on speaking. "Choose your friends well, my dear daughter. It was my misfortune, my folly, early in life to connect myself with a woman, who under the name of frolic led me into every species of mischief. You are too young, too innocent, to hear the particulars of my history now, but you will hear them all at a proper time from my best friend, Miss Portman. I shall leave you to her care, my dear, when I die." "When you die! Oh, mother!" said Helena. "But why do you talk of dying?" And she threw her arms round her mother. "Gently, my love," said Lady Delacour, shrinking back, and she seized this moment to explain to her daughter why she shrunk in this manner from her caresses, and why she talked of dying. Helena was excessively shocked. "I wished, my dear," resumed her mother calmly, "I wished to have spared you the pain of knowing all this. I have given you but little pleasure in my life. It is unjust to give you so much pain. We shall go to Twickenham to morrow, and I will leave you with your Aunt Margaret, my dear, till all is over. If I die, Belinda will take you with her immediately to Oakly park. You shall have as little sorrow as possible. If you had shown me less of your affectionate temper, you would have spared yourself the anguish that you now feel, and you would have spared me." "My dear, kind mother," interrupted Helena, throwing herself on her knees at her mother's feet, "do not send me away from you. I don't wish to go to my Aunt Margaret. I don't wish to go to Oakly park. I wish to stay with you. Do not send me away from you, for I shall suffer 10 times more if I am not with you, though I know I can be of no use." Overcome by her daughter's entreaties, Lady Delacour at last consented that she should remain with her, and that she should accompany her to Twickenham. The remainder of this day was taken up in preparations for their departure. The stupid maid was immediately dismissed. No questions were asked, and no reasons for her dismissal assigned, except that Lady Delacour had no farther occasion for her services. Marriott alone was to attend her lady to Twickenham. Lord Delacour, it was settled, should stay in town, lest the unusual circumstance of his attending his lady should excite public curiosity. His lordship, who was naturally a good-natured man, and who had been touched by the kindness his wife had lately shown him, was in extreme agitation during the whole of this day, which he thought might possibly be the last of her existence. She, on the contrary, was calm and collected. Her courage seemed to rise with the necessity for its exertion. In the morning, when the carriage came to the door, as she parted with Lord Delacour, she put into his hand a paper that contained some directions and requests with which, she said, she hoped that he would comply, if they should prove to be her last. The paper contained only some legacies to her servants, a provision for Marriott, and a bequest to her excellent and beloved friend Belinda Portman, of the cabinet in which she kept Clarence Hervey's letters. Interlined in this place, Lady Delacour had written these words: "My daughter is nobly provided for, and lest any doubt or difficulty should arise from the omission, I think it necessary to mention that the said cabinet contains the valuable jewels left to me by my late uncle, and that it is my intention that the said jewels should be part of my bequest to the said Belinda Portman. If she marry a man of good fortune, she will wear them for my sake. If she do not marry an opulent husband, I hope she will sell the jewels without scruple, as they are intended for her convenience, and not as an ostentatious bequest. It is fit that she should be as independent in her circumstances as she is in her mind." Lord Delacour, with much emotion, looked over this paper, and assured her ladyship that she should be obeyed, if he could say no more. "Farewell, then, my lord," said she. "Keep up your spirits, for I intend to live many years yet to try them." End of chapter 21. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 22 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belinda, by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 22. A Spectre. The surgeon who was to attend Lady Delacour was prevented from going to her on the day appointed. He was one of the surgeons of the Queen's household, and his attendance was required at the palace. This delay was extremely irksome to Lady Delacour, who had worked up her courage to the highest point, but who had not prepared herself to endure suspense. She spent nearly a week at Twickenham in this anxious state, and Belinda observed that she every day became more and more thoughtful and reserved. She seemed as if she had some secret subject of meditation, from which she could not bear to be distracted. When Helena was present, she exerted herself to converse in her usual sprightly strain; but as soon as she could escape, as she thought, unobserved, she would shut herself up in her own apartment, and remain there for hours. "I wish to heaven, Miss Portman," said Marriott, coming one morning into her room with a portentous face, "I wish to heaven, ma'am, that you could any way persuade my lady not to spend so many hours of the day and night as she does in reading those methodistical books that she keeps to herself. I'm sure that they do her no good, but a great deal of harm, especially now when her spirits should be kept up as much as possible. I am sensible, ma'am, that 'tis those books that have made my lady melancholy of a sudden. Ma'am, my lady has let drop very odd hints within these 2 or 3 days, and she speaks in a strange, disconnected sort of style, and at times I do not think she is quite right in her head." When Belinda questioned Marriott more particularly about the strange hints which her lady had let fall, she, with looks of embarrassment and horror, declined repeating the words that had been said to her, yet persisted in asserting that Lady Delacour had been very strange for these 2 or 3 days. "And I'm sure, ma'am, you'd be shocked if you were to see my lady in a morning, when she wakens, or rather when I first go into the room; for, as to wakening, that's out of the question.
I am certain she does not sleep during the whole night. You'll find, ma'am, it is as I tell you. Those books will quite turn her poor head, and I wish they were burnt. I know the mischief that the same sort of things did to a poor cousin of my own, who was driven melancholy mad by a Methodist preacher, and came to an untimely end. Oh, ma'am, if you knew as much as I do, you'd be as much alarmed for my lady as I am." It was impossible to prevail upon Marriott to explain herself more distinctly. The only circumstances that could be drawn from her seemed to Belinda so trifling as to be scarcely worth mentioning. For instance, that Lady Delacour, contrary to Marriott's advice, had insisted on sleeping in a bedchamber upon the ground floor, and had refused to let a curtain be put up before a glass door that was at the foot of her bed. "When I offered to put up the curtain, ma'am," said Marriott, "my lady said she liked the moonlight, and that she would not have it put up till the fine nights were over." Now, Miss Portman, to hear my lady talk of the moon and moonlights and liking the moon, is rather extraordinary and unaccountable, for I never heard her say anything of the sort in her life before. I question whether she even knew there was a moon or not from one year's end to another. But they say the moon has a great deal to do with mad people, and from my own experience, I'm perfectly sensible, ma'am, it had in my own cousin's case. For before he came to the worst, he took a prodigious fancy to the moon, and was always for walking by moonlight, and talking to one of the beauty of the moon, and such melancholy nonsense, ma'am." Belinda could not forbear smiling at this melancholy nonsense, though she was inclined to be of Marriott's opinion about the methodistical books, and she determined to talk to Lady Delacour on the subject. The moment that she made the attempt, her ladyship, commanding her countenance with her usual ability, replied only by cautious, cold monosyllables, and changed the conversation as soon as she could. At night, when they were retiring to rest, Marriott, as she lighted them to their rooms, observed that she was afraid her lady would suffer from sleeping in so cold a bedchamber, and Belinda pressed her friend to change her apartment. "No, my dear," replied Lady Delacour calmly, "I have chosen this for my bedchamber, because it is at a distance from the servants' rooms, and when the operation, which I have to go through, shall be performed, my cries, if I should utter any, will not be overheard. The surgeon will be here in a few days, and it is not worth while to make any change." The next day, towards evening, the surgeon and Dr. X arrived. Belinda's blood ran cold at the sight of them. "Will you be so kind, Miss Portman," said Marriott, "as to let my lady know that they are come? For I am not well able to go, and you can speak more composed to her than I can." Miss Portman went to Lady Delacour's bedchamber. The door was bolted. As Lady Delacour opened it, she fixed her eyes upon Belinda, and said to her with a mild voice, "You are come to tell me that the surgeon is arrived. I knew that by the manner in which you knocked at the door." "I will see him this moment," continued she, in a firm tone, and she deliberately put a mark in the book which she had been reading, walked leisurely to the other end of the room, and locked it up in her bookcase. There was an air of determined dignity in all her motions. "Shall we go? I am ready," said she, holding out her hand to Belinda, who had sunk upon a chair. "One would think that you were the person who is going to suffer. But drink this water, my dear, and do not tremble for me. You see that I do not tremble for myself. Listen to me, dearest Belinda. I owe it to your friendship not to torment you with unnecessary apprehensions. Your humanity shall be spared this dreadful scene." "No," said Belinda. "Marriott is incapable of attending you. I will. I am ready now. Forgive me one moment's weakness. I admire, and will imitate, your courage. I will keep my promise. Your promise was to be with me in my dying moments, and to let me breathe my last in your arms. I hope that I shall never be called upon to perform that promise." Lady Delacour made no answer, but walked on before her with steady steps into the room where Dr. X and the surgeon were waiting. Without adverting in the least to the object of their visit, she paid her compliments to them, as if they came on a visit of mere civility. Without seeming to notice the serious countenances of her companions, she talked of indifferent subjects with the most perfect ease, occupying herself all the time with cleaning a seal, which she unhooked from her watch chain. "This seal," said she, turning to Dr. X, "is a fine onyx. It is a head of Aesculapius. I have a great value for it. It was given to me by your friend, Clarence Hervey, and I have left it in my will, doctor," continued she, smiling, "to you, as no slight token of my regard. He is an excellent young man, and I request," said she, drawing Dr. X to a window and lowering her voice, "I request, when you see him again, and when I am out of the way, that you will tell him such were my sentiments to the hour of my death. Here is a letter which you will have the goodness to put into his hands, sealed with my favourite seal. You need have no scruple to take charge of it. It relates not to myself. It expresses only my opinion concerning a lady who stands almost as high in your esteem, I believe, as she does in mine. My affection and my gratitude have not biassed my judgment in the advice which I have ventured to give to Mr. Hervey." "But he will soon be here," interrupted Dr. X, "and then—" "And then I shall be gone," said Lady Delacour, coolly, "to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns." Dr. X was going to interrupt her, but she continued rapidly. "And now, my dear doctor, tell me candidly, have you seen any symptoms of cowardice in my manner this evening?" "None," replied he. "On the contrary, I have admired your calm self-possession." "Then do not suspect me of want of fortitude when I request that this operation may not be performed to-day. I have changed my mind within these few hours. I have determined, for a reason which I am sure that you would feel to be sufficient, to postpone this affair till to-morrow. Believe me, I do not act from caprice." She saw that Dr. X did not yield assent to her last assertion, and that he looked displeased. "I will tell you my reason," said she, "and then you will have no right to be displeased if I persist, as I shall inflexibly, in my determination. It is my belief that I shall die this night. To submit to a painful operation to-day would be only to sacrifice the last moments of my existence to no purpose. If I survive this night, manage me as you please. But I am the best judge of my own feelings. I shall die to-night." Dr. X looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and compassion. Her pulse was high, she was extremely feverish, and he thought that the best thing which he could do was to stay with her till the next day, and to endeavour to divert her mind from this fancy, which he considered as an insane idea. He prevailed upon the surgeon to stay with her till the next morning, and he communicated his intentions to Belinda, who joined with him in doing all that was possible to entertain and interest her by conversation during the remainder of the day. She had sufficient penetration to perceive that they gave not the least faith to her prognostic, and she never said one word more upon the subject, but appeared willing to be amused by their attempts to divert her, and resolute to support her courage to the last moment. She did not affect trifling gaiety. On the contrary, there was in all she said more strength and less point than usual. The evening passed away, and Lady Delacour seemed totally to have forgotten her own prophecy respecting the event of the ensuing night, so much so that she spoke of several things that she intended to do the next day. Helena knew nothing of what had passed, and Belinda imagined that her friend put this constraint upon herself to avoid alarming her daughter. Yet after Helena retired, her mother's manner continued to be so much the same, that Dr. X began to believe that her ladyship was actuated merely by caprice. In this opinion she confirmed him by bursting out a-laughing when he proposed that some one should sit up with her during the night. "My sage sir," said she, "have you lived to this time without ever having been duped by a woman before? I wanted a day's reprieve, and I have gained it. Gained a day spent in most agreeable conversation, for which I thank you. To-morrow," said she, turning to the surgeon, "I must invent some new excuse for my cowardice. And though I give you notice of it beforehand, as Harrington did when he picked the man's pocket, yet nevertheless I shall succeed. Good night." She hurried to her own apartment, leaving them all in astonishment and perplexity. Belinda was persuaded that she only affected this gaiety to prevent Dr. X from insisting upon sitting up in her room, as he had proposed. Dr. X, judging, as he said, from her ladyship's general character, attributed the whole to caprice; and the surgeon, judging, as he said, from human nature in general, was decided in his belief that she had been influenced, as she herself declared, by cowardice. After having all expressed their opinions without making any impression upon one another, they retired to rest. Belinda's bedchamber was next to Helena's, and after she had been in bed about an hour, she fancied that she heard some one walking softly in the next room. She rose and found Lady Delacour standing beside her daughter's bed. She started at the sight of Belinda, but only said in a low voice, as she pointed to her child, "Don't waken her." She then looked at her for some moments in silence. The moon shone full upon her face. She stooped over Helena, parted the ringlets of hair upon her forehead, and kissed her gently. "You will be good to this poor girl when I am gone, Belinda," said she, turning away from her as she spoke. "I only came to look at her for the last time." "Are you then serious, my dear Lady Delacour?" "Hush! Don't waken her," said Lady Delacour, putting her finger on her lips, and walking slowly out of the room. She forbade Belinda to follow. "If my fears be vain," said she, "why should I disturb you with them? If they be just, you will hear my bell ring, and then come to me." For some time afterward all was perfectly silent in the house. Belinda did not go to bed, but sat waiting and listening anxiously. The clock struck 2, and as she heard no other sound, she began to hope that she had suffered herself to be falsely alarmed by foolish imagination, and she lay down upon her bed, resolving to compose herself to rest. She was just sinking to sleep, when she thought she heard the faint sound of a bell. She was not sure whether she was dreaming or awake. She started up and listened. All was silent, but in a few minutes Lady Delacour's bell rang violently. Belinda flew to her room. The surgeon was already there. He had been sitting up in the next room to write letters, and he had heard the first sound of the bell. Lady Delacour was senseless, supported in the surgeon's arms. Belinda, by his directions, ran immediately for Dr. X, who was at the other end of the house. Before she returned, Lady Delacour had recovered her senses. She begged that the surgeon would leave the room, and that neither Dr. X nor Marriott might be yet admitted, as she had something of importance to communicate to Miss Portman. The surgeon withdrew, and she beckoned to Belinda, who sat down upon the side of her bed. Lady Delacour held out her hand to her. It was covered with a cold dew. "My dear friend," said she, "my prophecy is accomplishing. I know I must die." "The surgeon said that you were not in the least danger, my dear Lady Delacour, that it was merely a fainting fit. Do not suffer a vain imagination thus to overpower your reason." "It is no vain imagination. I must die," said Lady Delacour. "I hear a voice you cannot hear, which says I must not stay. I see a hand you cannot see, which beckons me away." "You perceive that I am in my perfect senses, my dear, or I could not quote poetry. I am not insane. I am not delirious." She paused. "I am ashamed to tell you what I know will expose me to your ridicule." "Ridicule!" cried Belinda. "Can you think me so cruel as to consider your sufferings a subject for ridicule?" Lady Delacour was overcome by the tenderness with which Belinda spoke. "I will then speak to you," said she, "without reserve. Inconsistent as it is with the strength of mind which you might expect from me, I cannot resist the impression which has been made on my mind by a vision." "A vision?" "3 times," continued Lady Delacour, "it has appeared to me about this hour. The first night after we came here I saw it. Last night it returned, and to-night I have beheld it for the 3rd time. I consider it as a warning to prepare for death. You are surprised. You are incredulous. I know that this must appear to you extravagant, but depend upon it that what I tell you is true. It is scarcely a quarter of an hour since I beheld the figure of that man for whose untimely death I am answerable. Whenever I close my eyes the same form appears before me. "These visions," said Belinda, "are certainly the effects of opium." "The forms that flit before my eyes when I am between sleeping and waking," said Lady Delacour, "I am willing to believe are the effects of opium. But, Belinda, it is impossible I should be convinced that my senses have deceived me with respect to what I have beheld when I have been as broad awake, and in as perfect possession of my understanding, as I am at this instant. The habits of my life, and the natural gaiety, not to say levity, of my temper, have always inclined me rather to incredulity than to superstition. But there are things which no strength of mind, no temerity, can resist. I repeat it, this is a warning to me to prepare for death. No human means, no human power can save me." Here they were interrupted by Marriott, who could no longer be restrained from bursting into the room. Dr. X followed, and going calmly to the side of Lady Delacour's bed, took her hand to feel her pulse. "Mrs. Marriott, you need not alarm yourself in this manner," said he. "Your lady is at this instant in as little danger as I am." "You think she'll live? Oh, my lady, why did you terrify us in this manner?" Lady Delacour smiled, and calmly said, as Dr. X still continued to count her pulse, "The pulse may deceive you, doctor, but I do not. Marriott, you may—" Belinda heard no more, for at this instant, as she was standing alone, near the glass door that was opposite to the bed, she saw at a distance in the garden the figure which Lady Delacour had described. Lady Delacour was now so intent upon speaking to Dr. X that she saw nothing but him. Belinda had the presence of mind to be perfectly silent. The figure stood still for some moments. She advanced a few steps nearer to the window, and the figure vanished. She kept her eye steadily fixed upon the spot where it had disappeared, and she saw it rise again and glide quickly behind some bushes. Belinda beckoned to Dr. X, who perceived by the eagerness of her manner that she wished to speak to him immediately. He resigned his patient to Marriott, and followed Miss Portman out of the room. She told him what she had just seen, said it was of the utmost consequence to Lady Delacour to have the truth ascertained, and requested that Dr. X would go with some of the men servants and search the garden, to discover whether any one was there concealed, or whether any footsteps could be traced. The doctor did not search long before he perceived footsteps in the borders opposite to the glass door of Lady Delacour's bedchamber. He was carefully following their track, when he heard a loud cry, which seemed to come from the other side of the garden wall. There was a breach in the wall over which he scrambled with some difficulty. The screams continued with redoubled violence. As he was making his way to the spot from which they proceeded, he was met by the old gardener, who was crossing one of the walks with a lantern in his hand. "Ho, ho!" cried the gardener. "I take it that we have the thief at last. I fancy that the fellow whose footsteps I traced, and who has been at my Morello cherry tree every night, has been caught in the trap. I hope his leg is not broke, though. This way, sir, this way." The gardener led the doctor to the place, and there they found a man, whose leg had actually been caught in the spring trap, which had been set for the defence of the cherry tree. The man had by this time fallen into a swoon. They extricated him as fast as possible, and Dr. X had him brought to Lady Delacour's, in order that the surgeon, who was there, might see his leg. As they were carrying him across the hall, Belinda met them. She poured out a glass of water for the man, who was just recovering from his swoon, but as she went nearer to give it him, she was struck with his wonderful resemblance to Harriet Freke. "It must be Mrs. Freke herself," whispered she to Marriott, whose wide opening eyes at this instant fixed themselves upon her. "It must be Mrs. Freke herself, ma'am," repeated Marriott. And so in fact it was. There is a certain class of people who are incapable of generous confidence in their equals, but who are disposed to yield implicit credit to the underhand information of mean emissaries. Through the medium of Champfort and the stupid maid, Mrs. Freke had learned a confused story of a man's footsteps having been heard in Lady Delacour's boudoir, of his being let in by Marriott secretly, of his having remained locked up there for several hours, and of the maid's having been turned away merely because she innocently went to open the door whilst the gentleman was in concealment. Mrs. Freke was farther informed by the same unquestionable authority that Lady Delacour had taken a house at Twickenham for the express purpose of meeting her lover, that Miss Portman and Marriott were the only persons who were to be of this party of pleasure. Upon the faith of this intelligence, Mrs. Freke, who had accompanied Mrs. Luttridge to town, immediately repaired to Twickenham, to pay a visit to a third cousin, that she might have an opportunity of detecting the intrigues, and afterwards of publishing the disgrace, of her former friend. The desire of revenging herself upon Miss Portman, for having declined her civilities at Harrowgate, had also a powerful influence in stimulating her malicious activity. She knew that if it were proved that Belinda was the confidante of Lady Delacour's intrigues, her reputation must be materially injured, and that the Percivals would then be as desirous to break off as they now were anxious to promote the match with Mr. Vincent. Charmed with this hope of a double triumph, the vindictive lady commenced her operations. Nor was she ashamed to descend to the character of a spy. The general and convenient name of frolic, she thought, would cover every species of meanness. She swore that it was charming fun to equip herself at night in men's clothes, and to sally forth to reconnoitre the motions of the enemy. By an unfrequented path she used to gain the window that looked into Lady Delacour's bedchamber. This was the figure which appeared at night at a certain hour, and which, to her ladyship's disturbed imagination, seemed to be the form of Colonel Lawless. There was, indeed, a resemblance in their size and persons, which favoured the delusion. For several nights Mrs. Freke paid these visits without obtaining any satisfaction, but this night she thought herself overpaid for her exertions by the charming discovery which she fancied she had made. She mistook the surgeon for a lover of Lady Delacour's, and she was hurrying home with the joyful intelligence when she was caught in the gardener's trap. The agony that she suffered was at first intense, but in a few hours the pain somewhat subsided, and in this interval of rest she turned to Belinda, and with a malicious smile said, "Miss Portman, 'tis fair I should pay for my peeping, but I shall not pay quite so dear for it as some of my friends." Miss Portman did not in the least comprehend her, till she added, "I'm sure you'll allow that 'tis better for a lady to lose her leg than her reputation. And for my part, I'd rather be caught in a man-trap than have a man caught in my bedchamber. My service to your friend, Lady Delacour, and tell her so." "And do you know who that gentleman was that you saw in her ladyship's room?" "Not I, not yet, but I'll make it my business to find out. I give you fair notice. I'm a very devil when provoked. Why didn't you make me your friend when you could? You'll not baffle me. I have seen all I wanted, and I am capable of painting all I saw. As to who the man might be, that's no matter. One Lothario is as good as another for my purpose." Longer had Mrs. Freke spoken with malignant triumph, had she not been interrupted by a burst of laughter from the surgeon. Her vexation was indescribable when he informed her that he was the man whom she had seen in Lady Delacour's bedchamber, and whom she had mistaken for a favoured lover. Mrs. Freke's leg was much cut and bruised, and now that she was no longer supported by the hopes of revenge, she began to lament loudly and incessantly the injury that she had sustained. She impatiently inquired how long it was probable that she should be confined by this accident, and she grew quite outrageous when it was hinted that the beauty of her legs would be spoiled, and that she would never more be able to appear to advantage in man's apparel. The dread of being seen by Lady Delacour in the deplorable yet ludicrous situation to which she had reduced herself operated next upon her mind, and every time the door of the apartment opened she looked with terror towards it, expecting to see her ladyship appear. But though Lady Delacour heard from Marriott immediately the news of Mrs. Freke's disaster, she never disturbed her by her presence. She was too generous to insult a fallen foe. Early in the morning Mrs. Freke was by her own desire conveyed to her cousin's house, where without regret we shall leave her to suffer the consequences of her frolic. A false prophetess! Notwithstanding all my visions, I have outlived the night, you see, said Lady Delacour to Miss Portman when they met in the morning. I have heard, my dear Belinda, and I believe, that the passion of love, which can endure caprice, vice, wrinkles, deformity, poverty, nay, disease itself, is notwithstanding so squeamish as to be instantaneously disgusted by the perception of folly in the object beloved. I hope friendship, though akin to love, is of a more robust constitution, else what would become of me? My folly and my visions and my spectre! Oh, that I had not exposed myself to you in this manner! Harriet Freke herself is scarcely more contemptible. Spies and cowards are upon an equal footing. Her malice and her frolic are consistent with her character, but my fears and my superstitions are totally inconsistent with mine. Forget the nonsense I talked to you last night, my dear, or fancy that I was then under the dominion of laudanum. This morning you shall see Lady Delacour herself again. Is Dr. X, is the surgeon ready? Where are they? I am prepared. My fortitude shall redeem me in your opinion, Belinda, and in my own. Dr. X and the surgeon immediately obeyed her summons. Helena heard them go into Lady Delacour's room, and she saw by Marriott's countenance, who followed, that her mother was going to submit to the operation. She sat down trembling on the steps which led to her mother's room, and waited there a long time, as she thought, in the most painful suspense. At last she heard some one call Helena. She looked up and saw her father close to her. "Helena," said he, "how is your mother?" "I don't know. Oh, papa, you cannot go in there now," said Helena, stopping him as he was pressing forwards. "Why did not you or Miss Portman write to me yesterday, as you promised?" said Lord Delacour, in a voice that showed he was scarcely able to ask the question. "Because, papa, we had nothing to tell you. Nothing was done yesterday. But the surgeon is now there," said Helena, pointing towards her mother's room. Lord Delacour stood motionless for an instant, then suddenly seizing his daughter's hand, "Let us go," said he. "If we stay here we shall hear her screams." And he was hurrying her away, when the door of Lady Delacour's apartment opened, and Belinda appeared, her countenance radiant with joy. "Good news, dear Helena! Oh, my lord, you are come in a happy moment. I give you joy." "Joy, joy, joy!" cried Marriott, following. "Is it all over?" said Lord Delacour. "And without a single shriek," said Helena. "What courage!" "There's no need of shrieks or courage either, thank God," said Marriott. "Dr. X said so, and he is the best man in the world, and the cleverest. And I was right from the first. I said it was impossible my lady should have such a shocking complaint as she thought she had. There's no such thing at all in the case, my lord. I said so always, till I was persuaded out of my senses by that villainous quack, who contradicted me for this own molument. And Dr. X says, if my lady will leave off the terrible quantities of laudanum she takes, he'll engage for her recovery." The surgeon and Dr. X now explained to Lord Delacour that the unprincipled wretch to whom her ladyship had applied for assistance had persuaded her that she had a cancer, though in fact her complaint arose merely from the bruise which she had received. He knew too well how to make a wound hideous and painful, and so continue her delusions for his own advantage. Dr. X observed, that if Lady Delacour would have permitted either the surgeon or him to have examined sooner into the real state of the case, it would have saved herself infinite pain and them all anxiety. Belinda at this moment felt too much to speak. "I'm morally certain," cried Marriott, "Mr. Champfort would die with vexation if he could see the joy that's painted in my lord's face this minute. And we may thank Miss Portman for this, for 'twas she made everything go right, and I never expected to live to see so happy a day." Whilst Marriott ran on in this manner, with all the volubility of joy, Lord Delacour passed her with some difficulty, and Helena was in her mother's arms in an instant. Lady Delacour, struck to the heart by their affectionate looks and words, burst into tears. "How little have I deserved this kindness from you, my lord, or from you, my child! But my feelings," added she, wiping away her tears, "shall not waste themselves in tears, nor in vain thanks. My actions, the whole course of my future life, shall show that I am not quite a brute. Even brutes are won by kindness. Observe, my lord," continued she, smiling, "I said won, not tamed. A tame Lady Delacour would be a sorry animal, not worth looking at. Were she even to become domesticated, she would fare the worse." "How so? How so, my dear?" said Lord Delacour and Belinda almost in the same breath. "How so? Why, if Lady Delacour were to wash off her rouge, and lay aside her air, and be as gentle, good, and kind as Belinda Portman, for instance, her lord would certainly say to her, "So altered are your face and mind, 'twere perjury to love you now." End of chapter 22. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 23 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 23. The Chaplain. In some minds, emotions of joy are always connected with feelings of benevolence and generosity. Lady Delacour's heart expanded with sensations of friendship and gratitude, now that she was relieved from those fears by which she had so long been oppressed. "My dear daughter," said she to Helena, "have you at this instant any wish that I can gratify? Ask anything you please, the fairy Goodwill shall contrive to get it for you in a trice. You have thought of a wish at this moment, I know, by your eyes, by your blush. Nay, do not hesitate. Do you doubt me because I do not appear before you in the shape of a little ugly woman, like Cinderella's godmother? Or do you despise me because you do not see a wand waving in my hand? Ah, little skilled fairy lore! Know that I am in possession of a talisman that can command more than ever fairy granted. Behold my talisman," continued she, drawing out her purse, and showing the gold through the network. "Speak boldly, then," cried she to Helena, "and be obeyed." "Ah, mamma," said Helena, "I was not thinking of what fairies or gold can give. But you can grant my wish, and if you will let me, I will whisper it to you." Lady Delacour stooped to hear her daughter's whisper. "Your wish is to be granted, my own grateful, charming girl," said her mother. Helena's wish was that her mother could be reconciled to her good aunt, Margaret Delacour. Her ladyship sat down instantly, and wrote to Mrs. Delacour. Helena was the bearer of this letter, and Lady Delacour promised to wait upon this excellent old lady as soon as she would return to town. In the meantime, her ladyship's health rapidly improved under the skilful care of Dr. X. It had been terribly injured by the ignorance and villainy of the wretch to whom she had so long and so rashly trusted. The nostrums which he persuaded her to take, and the immoderate use of opium to which she accustomed herself, would have ruined her constitution, had it not been uncommonly strong. Dr. X recommended it to her ladyship to abstain gradually from opium, and this advice she had the resolution to follow with uninterrupted perseverance. The change in Lady Delacour's manner of life, in the hours and the company that she kept, contributed much to her recovery. She was no longer in continual anxiety to conceal the state of her health from the world. She had no secret to keep, no part to act. Her reconciliation with her husband, and with his friends, restored her mind to ease and self-complacency. Her little Helena was a source of daily pleasure, and no longer conscious of neglecting her daughter, she no longer feared that the affections of her child should be alienated. Dr. X, well aware that her passions have a powerful influence over the body, thought it full as necessary, in some cases, to attend to the mind as to the pulse. By conversing with Lady Delacour, and by combining hints and circumstances, he soon discovered what had lately been the course of her reading, and what impression it had made on her imagination. Mrs. Marriott, indeed, assisted him with her opinion concerning the methodistical books, and when he recollected the forebodings of death which her ladyship had felt, and the terror with which she had been seized on the night of Mrs. Freke's adventure, he was convinced that superstitious horrors hung upon his patient's spirits, and affected her health. To argue on religious subjects was not his province, much less his inclination, but he was acquainted with a person qualified by his profession and his character to minister to a mind diseased, and he resolved on the first favourable opportunity to introduce this gentleman to her ladyship. One morning Lady Delacour was complaining to Belinda that the books in the library were in a dreadful confusion. "My lord has really a very fine library," said she, "but I wish he had half as many books twice as well arranged. I never can find anything I want. Dr. X, I wish to heaven you could recommend a librarian to my lord, not a chaplain, observe." "Why not a chaplain, may I ask your ladyship?" said the doctor. "Oh, because we had once a chaplain who gave me a surfeit of the whole tribe, the meanest sycophant, yet the most impertinent busybody, always cringing, yet always intriguing, wanting to govern the whole family, and at the same time every creature's humble servant, fawning to my lord the bishop, insolent to the poor curate, anathematizing all who differed from him in opinion, yet without dignity to enforce the respect due to his faith or his profession, greedy for preferment, yet without a thought of the duties of his office. It was common practice of this man to leap from his horse at the church door on a holiday, having followed a pack of hounds, huddle on his surplice, and gabble over the service with the most indecent mockery of religion. Do I speak with acrimony? I have reason. It was this chaplain who first led my lord to Newmarket. It was he who first taught my lord to drink. Then he was a wit, an insufferable wit. His conversation after he had drank was such as no woman but Harriet Freke could understand, and such as few gentlemen could hear. I have never, alas, been thought a prude, but in the heyday of my youth and gaiety, this man always disgusted me. In one word, he was a book parson. I hope you have as great a horror for his species of animal as I have." "Full as great," replied Dr. X, "but I consider them as monsters which, belonging to no species, can disgrace none. They ought to be hunted by common consent out of civilized society," said Lady Delacour. "They are by public opinion banished from all rational society, and your ladyship's just indignation proves that they have no chance of being tolerated by fashion. But would it not allow such beings too much consequence? Would it not extend their power to do mischief, if we perceived that one such person could disgust Lady Delacour with the whole race of chaplains?" "It is uncommon," replied her ladyship, "to hear a physician earnest in the defence of the clergy, and a literary philosophic physician too. Shall we have an eulogism upon bishops as well as chaplains?" "We have had that already," replied Dr. X. "All ranks, persuasions, and descriptions of people, including, I hope, those stigmatized by the name of philosophers, have joined in admiration of the Bishop of St. Paul de Leon. The conduct of the real martyrs to their faith among the French clergy, not even the most witty or brutal sceptic could ridicule." "You surprise me, doctor," said Lady Delacour, "for I assure you that you have the character of being very liberal in your opinions." "I hope I am liberal in my opinions," replied the doctor, "and that I give your ladyship a proof of it." "You would not then persecute a man or woman with ridicule for believing more than you do?" said Lady Delacour. "Those who persecute to overturn religion can scarcely pretend to more philosophy or more liberality than those who persecute to support it," said Dr. X. "Perhaps, doctor, you are only speaking popularly." "I believe what I now say to be true," said Dr. X, "and I always endeavour to make the truth popular." "But possibly these are only truths for ladies. Dr. X may be such an ungallant philosopher as to think that some truths are not fit for ladies. He may hold a different language with gentlemen." "I should not only be an ungallant but a weak philosopher," said Dr. X, "if I thought that truth was not the same for all the world who can understand it. And who can doubt Lady Delacour's being of that number?" Lady Delacour, who, at the beginning of this conversation, had spoken guardedly, from the fear of lowering the doctor's opinion of her understanding, was put at her ease by the manner in which he now spoke, and, half laying aside the tone of raillery, she said to him, "Well, doctor, seriously, I am not so illiberal as to condemn all chaplains for one, odious as he was. But where to find his contrast in these degenerate days? Can you, who are a defender of the faith, and so forth, assist me? Will you recommend a chaplain to my lord?" "Willingly," said Dr. X, and that is what I would not say for a world of fees, unless I were sure of my man. What sort of a man is he? Not a book parson, and I hope not a pedant, not a dogmatist, for that would be almost as bad. Before we domesticate another chaplain, I wish to know all his qualities, and to have a full and true description of him. Shall I then give you a full and true description of him in the words of Chaucer? In any words you please, but Chaucer's chaplain must be a little old-fashioned by this time, I should think. Pardon me, some people, as well as some things, never grow old-fashioned. I should not be ashamed to produce Chaucer's parish priest at this day to the best company in England. I am not ashamed to produce him to your ladyship, and if I can remember 20 lines in his favour, I hope you will give me credit for being a sincere friend to the worthy part of the clergy. Observe, you must take them as I can patch them together. I will not promise that I can recollect 20 lines de suite, and without missing a word. That is what I would not swear to do for his Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury. His Grace will probably excuse you from swearing, at least I will, said Lady Delacour, on the present occasion. So now for your 20 lines, in whatever order you please. Dr. X, with sundry intervals of recollection, which may be spared the reader, repeated the following lines. Yet has his aspect nothing of severe, but such a face as promised him sincere. Nothing reserved or sullen was to see, but sweet regards and pleasing sanctity. Mild was his accent, and his action free. With eloquence innate his tongue was armed, though harsh the precept, yet the preacher charmed. For, letting down the golden chain from high, he drew his audience upwards to the sky. He taught the gospel rather than the law, and forced himself to drive, but loved to draw. The tithes his parish freely paid he took, but never sued or cursed with bell and book. Wide was his parish, not contracted close in streets, but here and there a straggling house. Yet still he was at hand, without request, to serve the sick, and succour the distressed. The proud he tamed, the penitent he cheered, nor to rebuke the rich offender feared. His preaching much, but more his practice wrought, a living sermon of the truths he taught. Lady Delacour wished that she could find a chaplain who in any degree resembled this charming parish priest, and Dr. X promised that he would the next day introduce to her his friend Mr. Morton. Mr. Morton, said Belinda, the gentleman of whom Mr. Percival spoke, Mrs. Freke's Mr. Morton. Yes, said Dr. X, the clergyman whom Mrs. Freke hanged in effigy, and to whom Clarence Hervey has given a small living. These circumstances, even if he had not precisely resembled Chaucer's character of a benevolent clergyman, would have strongly interested Lady Delacour in his favour. She found him, upon further acquaintance, a perfect contrast to her former chaplain, and he gradually acquired such salutary influence over her mind, that he relieved her from the terrors of Methodism, and in their place substituted the consolations of mild and rational piety. Her conscience was now at peace, her spirits were real and equable, and never was her conversation so agreeable. Animated with the new feelings of returning health, and the new hopes of domestic happiness, she seemed desirous to impart her felicity to all around her, but chiefly to Belinda, who had the strongest claims upon her gratitude, and the warmest place in her affections. Belinda never made her friend feel the weight of any obligation, and consequently Lady Delacour's gratitude was a voluntary pleasure, not an expected duty. Nothing could be more delightful to Miss Portman than thus to feel herself the object at once of esteem, affection, and respect. To see that she had not only been the means of saving her friend's life, but that the influence she had obtained over her mind was likely to be so permanently beneficial both to her family and to her. Belinda did not take all the merit of this reformation to herself. She was most willing to share it, in her own imagination, not only with Dr. X and Mr. Morton, but with poor Clarence Hervey. She was pleased to observe that Lady Delacour never omitted any occasion of doing justice to his merit, and she loved her for that generosity which sometimes passed the bounds of justice in her eulogiums. But Belinda was careful to preserve her consistency, and to guard her heart from the dangerous effect of these enthusiastic praises. And as Lady Delacour was now sufficiently re-established in her health, she announced her intention of returning immediately to Oakly Park, according to her promise to Lady Anne Percival and to Mr. Vincent. "But, my dear," said Lady Delacour, "1 week more is all I ask from you. May not friendship ask such a sacrifice from love?" "You expect, I know," said Miss Portman, ingenuously, "that before the end of that time Mr. Hervey will be here." "True. And have you no friendship for him?" said Lady Delacour, with an arch smile. "Or is friendship for every man in the creation, one Augustus Vincent always excepted, prohibited by the statutes of Oakly Park?" "By the statutes of Oakly Park nothing is forbidden," said Belinda. "But what reason?" "Reason? Oh, I have done, if you go to reason. You are invulnerable to the light shafts of wit, I know, when you are cased in this heavy armour of reason. Cupid himself may strain his bow, and exhaust his quiver upon you in vain. But you have a care, you cannot live in armour all your life. Lay it aside but for a moment, and the little bold urchin will make it his prize. Remember, in one of Raphael's pictures, Cupid creeping into the armour of the conqueror of the world." "I am sufficiently aware," said Belinda, smiling, "of the power of Cupid, and of his other wiles. I would not brave his malice, but I will fly from it." "It is so cowardly to fly. Surely prudence, not courage, is the virtue of our sex. And seriously, my dear Lady Delacour, I entreat you not to use your influence over my mind, lest you should lessen my happiness, though you cannot alter my determination." Moved by the earnest manner in which Belinda uttered these words, Lady Delacour rallied her no more, nor did she longer oppose her resolution of returning immediately to Oakly Park. "May I remind you," said Miss Portman, "though it is seldom either politic or polite to remind people of their promises, but may I remind you of something like a promise you made, to accompany me to Mr. Percival's?" "And would you have me behave so brutally to poor Lord Delacour, as to run away from him in this manner the moment I have strength to run?" "Lord Delacour is included in this invitation," said Miss Portman, putting the last letter that she had received from Lady Anne Percival into her hands. "When I recollect," said Lady Delacour, as she looked over the letter, "how well this Lady Anne of yours has behaved to me about Helena, when I recollect that, though you have been with her so long, she has not supplanted me in your affections, and that she did not attempt to detain you when I sent Marriott to Oakly Park, and when I consider how much for my own advantage it will be to accept this invitation, I really cannot bring myself, from pride, or folly, or any other motive, to refuse it. So, my dear Belinda, prevail upon Lord Delacour to spend his Christmas at Oakly Park, instead of at Studley Manor. Rantipole, thank heaven, is out of the question. And prevail upon yourself to stay a few days for me, and you shall take us all with you in triumph." Belinda was convinced that, when Lady Delacour had once tasted the pleasures of domestic life, she would not easily return to that dissipation which she had followed from habit, and into which she had first been driven by a mixture of vanity and despair. All the connections which she had imprudently formed with numbers of fashionable but extravagant and thoughtless women would insensibly be broken off by this measure; for Lady Delacour, who was already weary of their company, would be so much struck with the difference between their insipid conversation and the animated and interesting society in Lady Anne Percival's family, that she would afterwards think them not only burdensome, but intolerable. Lord Delacour's intimacy with Lord Studley was one of his chief inducements to that intemperance which injured almost equally his constitution and his understanding. For some weeks past he had abstained from all excess, and Belinda was well aware that, when the immediate motive of humanity to Lady Delacour ceased to act upon him, he would probably return to his former habits, if he continued to visit his former associates. It was therefore of importance to break at once his connection with Lord Studley, and to place him in a situation where he might form new habits, and where his dormant talents might be roused to exertion. She was convinced that his understanding was not so much below par as she had once been taught to think. She perceived also that since their reconciliation, Lady Delacour was anxious to make him appear to advantage. Whenever he said any thing that was worth hearing, she looked at Belinda with triumph, and whenever he happened to make a mistake in conversation, she either showed involuntary signs of uneasiness, or passed it off with an easy wit, by which she generally knew how to make the worse appear the better reason. Miss Portman knew that Mr. Percival possessed the happy talent of drawing out all the abilities of those with whom he conversed, and that he did not value men merely for their erudition, science, or literature. He was capable of estimating the potential as well as the actual range of the mind. Of his generosity she could not doubt, and she was persuaded that he would make every possible means which good nature, joined to good sense, could suggest, to raise Lord Delacour in his lady's esteem, and to make that union happy which was indissoluble. All these reflections passed with the utmost rapidity in Belinda's mind, and the result of them was, that she consented to wait Lady Delacour's leisure for her journey. Chapter 24. of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belinda, by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 24. Peu à peu. Things were in this situation when one day Marriott made her appearance at her lady's toilette, with a face which at once proclaimed something had discomposed her, and that she was impatient to be asked what it was. "What is the matter, Marriott?" said Lady Delacour, "for I know you want me to ask." "Want you to ask? Oh dear, my lady, no, for I'm sure it's a thing that goes quite against me to tell, for I thought, indeed, my lady, superiorly of the person in question, so much so, indeed, that I wished what I declare I should now be ashamed to mention, especially in the presence of Miss Portman, who deserves the best that this world can afford of every denomination. Well, ma'am, in one word," continued she, addressing herself to Belinda, "I am extremely rejoiced that things are as they are, though I confess that was not always my wish or opinion, for which I beg Mr. Vincent's pardon and yours. But I hope to be forgiven, since I'm now come entirely round to my Lady Anne Percival's way of thinking, which I learned from good authority at Oakley Park, and I am now convinced and confident, Miss Portman, that everything is for the best. Marriott will inform us, in due course of time, what has thus suddenly and happily converted her," said Lady Delacour to Belinda, who was thrown into some surprise and confusion by Marriott's address. But Marriott went on with much warmth. "Dear me, I'm sure I thought we had got rid of all double-dealers when the house was cleared of Mr. Champfort. But, oh mercy, there's not traps enough in the world for them all. I only wish they were all caught as finely as some people were. 'Tis what all double-dealers and Champfort at the head of the whole regiment deserve, that's certain." "We must take patience, my dear Belinda," said Lady Delacour, calmly, "till Marriott has exhausted all the expletives in and out of the English language, and presently, when she has fought all her battles with Champfort over again, we may hope to get at the fact. Dear my lady, it has nothing to do with Mr. Champfort, nor any such style of personage, I can assure you, for I'm positive I'd rather think contemptibly of 100,000,000 Mr. Champforts than of one such gentleman as Mr. Clarence Hervey." "Clarence Hervey!" exclaimed Lady Delacour, taking it for granted that Belinda blushed. Her ladyship, with superfluous address, instantly turned, so as to hide her friend's face from Mrs. Marriott. "Well, Marriott, what of Mr. Hervey?" "Oh, my lady, something you'll be surprised to hear, and Miss Portman too. It is not by any means that I am more of a prude than is becoming, my lady, nor that I take upon me to be so innocent as not to know that young gentlemen of fortune will, if it be only for fashion's sake, have such things as kept mistresses, begging pardon for mentioning such trash. But no one that has lived in the world thinks anything of that, except," added she, catching a glimpse of Belinda's countenance, except, to be sure, ma'am, morally speaking, it's very wicked and shocking, and makes one blush before company, till one's used to it, and ought certainly to be put down by an Act of Parliament, ma'am. But, my lady, you know, in point of surprising any body, or being discreditable in a young gentleman of Mr. Hervey's fortune and pretensions, it would be mere envy and scandal to deem it any thing worth mentioning. Then, for mercy's sake, all mine, said Lady Delacour, go on to something that is worth mentioning. Well, my lady, you must know then that yesterday I wanted some hemp seed for my bullfinch, Miss Helena's bullfinch, I mean, for it was she who found it by accident, you know, Miss Portman, the day after we came here. Poor thing, it got itself so entangled in the net over the morello cherry tree in the garden, that it could neither get itself in nor out. But very luckily Miss Helena saw it, and saved, and brought it in. It was almost dead, my lady. Was it? I mean, I am very sorry for it. That is what you expect me to say. Now go on, get us once past the bullfinch, and tell us what it has to do with Clarence Hervey. That is what I am aiming at, as fast as possible, my lady. So I sent for some hemp seed for the bullfinch, and along with the hemp seed they brought me, wrapped round it, as it were, a printed handbill, as it might be, or advertisement, which I threw off disregardingly, taking for granted it might have been some of those advertisements for lozenges or razor strops that meet one wherever one goes. But Miss Delacour picked it up, and found that it was a kind of hue and cry after a stolen or strayed bullfinch. Ma'am, I was so provoked, I could have cried, when I learnt it was the exact description of our little Bobby to a feather, grey upon the back, and red on— Oh, spare me the description to a feather. Well, you took the bird, bullfinch, or Bobby, as you call it, home to its rightful owner, I presume. Let me get you so far on your way. No, I beg your pardon, my lady, that is not the thing. Then you did not take the bird home to its owner, and you are a bird-stealer. With all my heart, be a dog-stealer if you will, only go on. But, my lady, you hurry me so, it puts everything topsy-turvy in my head. I could tell it as fast as possible in my own way. Do it so. I was ready to cry when I found our little Bobby was claimed from us, to be sure. But Miss Delacour observed that those with whom it had lived till it was grey must be sorrier still to part with it. So I resolved to do the honest and genteel thing by the lady who advertised for it, and to take it back myself, and to refuse the 5 guineas reward offered. The lady's name, according to the advertisement, was Ormond. Ormond, repeated Lady Delacour, looking eagerly at Belinda. Was not that the name Sir Philip Baddely mentioned to us, you remember? Yes, Ormond was the name, as well as I recollect, said Belinda, with a degree of steady composure that provoked her ladyship. Go on, Marriott. And the words were to leave the bird at a perfumer's in Twickenham, opposite to —, but that's no matter. Well, my lady, to the perfumer's I went with the bird this morning. Now, I had my reasons for wishing to see this Mrs. Ormond myself, because, my lady, there was one thing rather remarkable about this bullfinch, that it sings a very particular tune, which I never heard any bullfinch, or any human creature, sing anything like before. So I determined, in my own cogitations, to ask Mrs. Ormond to name the tunes her bullfinch could sing, before I produced it, and if she made no mention of its knowing any one out of the common way, I resolved to keep the bird myself, as I might very conscientiously and genteelly too. So, my lady, when I got to the perfumer's, I inquired where Mrs. Ormond was to be found. I was told that she received no visits from any, at least from the female sex, and that I must leave the bird there till called for. I was considering what to do, and the strangeness of the information made about the female sex, when in there came, into the shop, a gentleman, who saved me all the indelicacy of asking particulars. The bullfinch was at this time piping away at a fine rate, and, as luck would have it, that very remarkable strange tune that I mentioned to you. Says the gentleman, as he came into the shop, fixing his eyes on the bullfinch, as if they would have come fairly out of his head. How did that bird come here? I brought it here, sir, said I. Then he began to offer me mountains of gold in a very strange way, if I could tell him any tidings of the lady to whom it belonged. The shopman from behind the counter now bent forward, and whispered to the gentleman that he could give him some information, if he would make it worth his while. And they both went together to a little parlour behind the shop, and I saw no more of them. But, my lady, very opportunely for me, that was dying with curiosity, out of the parlour they turned a young woman in to attend the shop, who proved to be an acquaintance of mine, whom I had done some little favours to when in service in London. And this young woman, when I told her in my distress about the advertisement and the bullfinch, led me into the whole affair. Ma'am, said she, all that is known about Mrs. Ormond in this house or anywhere else is from me, so there was no occasion for turning me out of the parlour. I lived with Mrs. Ormond, ma'am, said she, for half a year in the very house she now occupies, and consequently nobody can be better informed than I am, to which I agreed. Then she told me that the reason that Mrs. Ormond never saw any company of any sort was, because she is not fit to see company, proper company, for she's not a proper woman. She has a most beautiful young creature there, shut up, who has been seduced, and is now deserted in a most cruel manner by a Mr. Hervey. Oh, my lady, how the name struck upon my ear! I hoped, however, it was not our Mr. Hervey, but it was the identical Mr. Clarence Hervey. I made the young woman describe him, for she had often and often seen him, when he visited the unfortunate creature, and the description could suit none but our Mr. Hervey, and besides it put it beyond doubt. She told me his linen was all marked C.H. So our Mr. Hervey, ma'am, added Marriott, turning to Belinda. It certainly proved to be, to my utter dismay and confusion. "Oh, Marriott, my poor head!" exclaimed Lady Delacour, starting from under her hands. "That cruel comb went at least half an inch into my head. Heads have feelings as well as hearts, I believe me." And as she spoke, she snatched out the comb with which Marriott had just fastened up her hair, and flung it on a sofa at some yards' distance. While Marriott went to fetch it, Lady Delacour thought that Belinda would have time to recover from that utter dismay and confusion into which she hoped that she must now be thrown. "Come, Marriott, make haste. I have done you at least a great favour, for you have all this hair to perform upon again, and you will have leisure to finish this story of yours, which, at all events, if it is not in any other respect wonderful, we must allow is wonderfully long." "Well, my lady, to be short then, I was more curious than ever, when I heard all this, to hear more, and asked my friend how she could ever think of staying in a house with ladies of such a description. Upon which she justified herself by assuring me, upon her honour, that at first she believed the young lady was married privately to Mr. Hervey, for that a clergyman had come in secret and read prayers, and she verily believes that the unfortunate young creature was deceived barbarously, and made to fancy herself married to all intents and purposes, till, all at once, Mr. Hervey threw off the mask, and left off visiting her, pretending a necessity to take a journey, and handing her over to that vile woman, that Mrs. Ormond, who bid her to be comforted, and all the things that are said by such women on such occasions, by all accounts. But the poor deluded young thing saw how it was now too plain, and she was ready to break her heart, but not in a violent, common sort of way, ma'am, but in silent grief, pining and drooping. My friend could not stand the sight, nor endure to look upon Mrs. Ormond, now she knew what she was, and so she left the house, without giving any reason immediately. I forgot to mention that the unfortunate girl's maiden name was St. Pierre, my lady, but her Christian name, which was rather an out-of-the-way name, I quite forget." "No matter," said Lady Delacour, "we can live without it, or we can imagine it." To be sure, I beg pardon. Such sort of people's names can't be of any consequence, and I'm sure I blame myself now for going to the house after all I had heard." "You did go to the house, then?" "To my shame be it spoken, my curiosity got the better of me, and I went, but only on account of the bullfinch in the eyes of the world. It was a great while before I could get in, but I was so firm that I would not give up the bird to no one but the lady herself, that I got in at last. Oh, never did my eyes light upon so beautiful a creature, nor so graceful, nor so innocent to look at." Belinda sighed. Marriott echoed the sigh, and continued, "She was by herself, and in tears, when I was shown in, ma'am, and she started as if she had never seen any body before in her life. But when she saw the bullfinch, ma'am, she clapped her hands, and, smiling through her tears like a child, she ran up to me and thanked me again and again, kissing the bird between times, and putting it into her bosom. Well, I declare, if she had talked to all eternity, she could never have made me pity her half so much as all this did, for it looked so much like innocence. I'm sure nobody that was not, or at least did not think themselves innocent, could have such ways, and such an innocent affection for a little bird. Not but what I know ladies of a certain description often have birds, but then their fondness is all affectation and fashion. But this poor thing was all nature. Ah, poor unfortunate girl, thought I. But it's no matter what I thought now," said Marriott, shutting her eyes to hide the tears that came into them at this instant. "I was ashamed of myself when I saw Mrs. Ormond just then come into the room, which made me recollect what sort of company I was in. La, my lady, how I detested the sight of her! She looked at me, too, more like a dragon than anything else, though in a civil way, and as if she was frightened out of her wits. She asked Miss St. Pierre, as she called her, how I got in a whisper, and she made all sorts of signs afterward to her to go out of the room. Never having been in such a situation before, I was quite robbed of all fluency, and could not, what with the anger I felt for the one, and sorrow for the other, get out a word of common sense, or even recollect what pretence brought me into the room, till the bird, very luckily, put it into my head by beginning to sing. So then I asked whether they could certify it to be theirs by any particular tune of its own. Oh, yes, said Miss St. Pierre, and she sung the very same tune. I never heard so sweet a voice. But, poor thing, something came across her mind in the middle of it, and she stopped. But she thanked me again for bringing back the bird, which, she said, had been hers for a great many years, and that she loved it dearly. I stood, I believe, like one stupefied, till I was roused by the woman's offering to put the 5 guineas reward, mentioned in the advertisement, into my hand. The touch of her gold made me start, as if it had been a snake, and I pushed it from me, and when she pressed it again, I threw it on the table, scarce knowing what I did, and just then, in her iniquitous hand, I saw a letter, directed to Clarence Hervey, Esquire. Oh, how I hated the sight of his name, and every thing belonging to him, ma'am, at that minute. I'm sure I could not have kept myself from saying something quite outrageous, if I had not taken myself out of the house as I did that instant. When there are women enough born and bred good for nothing, and ladies enough to flirt with, that would desire no better, that a gentleman like Mr. Clarence Hervey, ma'am, should set his wits, as one may say, to be the ruin of such a sweet, innocent-looking young creature, and then desert her in that barbarous way, after bringing a clergyman to deceive her with a mock ceremony and all. Oh, there is no fashion nor nothing can countenance such wickedness. 'Tis the worst of wickedness and cruelty, and I shall think and say so to the latest hour of my life. Well said, Marriott, cried Lady Delacour. And now you know the reason, ma'am, added Marriott, that I said I was glad things are as they are. To be sure, I and everybody once thought, but that's all over now, and I am glad things are as they are." Lady Delacour once more turned her quick eyes upon Belinda, and was much pleased to see that she seemed to sympathise with Marriott's indignation. In the evening, when they were alone, Lady Delacour touched upon the subject again, and observed that as they should now, in all probability, see Mr. Hervey in a few days, they might be able to form a better judgment of this affair, which she doubted not had been exaggerated. "You should judge from the whole of Clarence's conduct and character, and not from any particular part," said her ladyship. "Do not his letters breathe a spirit of generosity?" "But," interrupted Miss Portman, "I am not called upon to judge Mr. Hervey's whole conduct and character, nor of any part of it. His letters and his generosity are nothing." "To you," said Lady Delacour, with a smile. "This is no time and no subject for raillery, my dear friend," said Belinda. "You assured me, and I believed you, that the idea of Mr. Hervey's return was entirely out of the question, when you prevailed upon me to delay my journey to Oakly park. As I now understand that your ladyship has changed your mind, I must request your ladyship will permit me. I will permit you to do what you please, dearest Belinda, except to call me your ladyship twice in one sentence. You shall go to Oakly park the day after to-morrow. Will that content you, my dear? I admire your strength of mind. You are much fitter to conduct yourself than I am to conduct you. I have done with raillery. My first, my only object is your happiness. I respect and esteem as much as I love you, and I love you better than anything upon earth, power excepted, you will say. Power not excepted, believe me. And if you are one of those strange people that cannot believe without proof, you shall have proof positive upon the spot," added she, ringing the bell as she spoke. "I will no longer contend for power over your mind with your friends at Oakly park. I will give orders in your presence to Marriott to prepare for our march. I did not call it retreat, but there is nothing shows so much generalship as a good retreat, unless it be a good victory. I am, I confess, rather prejudiced in favour of victory." "So am I," said Belinda, with a smile. "I am so strongly prejudiced in favour of victory, that rather than obtain no other, I would even be content with a victory over myself." Scarcely had Belinda pronounced these words, when Lord Delacour, who had dined in town, entered the room, accompanied by Mr. Vincent. "Give me leave, Lady Delacour, to introduce you," said his lordship. "A young gentleman who has a great, and, I am sure, a most disinterested desire to cultivate your lady's further acquaintance." Lady Delacour received him with all the politeness imaginable, and even her prepossessions in favour of Clarence Hervey could not prevent her from being struck with his appearance. "Il a infiniment l'air d'un héros de roman," thought she, "and Belinda is not quite so great a philosopher as I imagined." In due time her ladyship recollected that she had orders to give to Marriott about her journey, that made it absolutely necessary she should leave Miss Portman to entertain Mr. Vincent, if possible, without her for a few minutes, and Lord Delacour departed, contenting himself with the usual excuse of letters to write. "I ought to be delighted with your gallantry, Mr. Vincent," said Belinda, "in travelling so many miles to remind me of my promise about Oakly park. But, on the contrary, I am sorry you have taken so much unnecessary trouble. Lady Delacour is, at this instant, preparing for our journey to Mr. Percival's. We intend to set out the day after to-morrow." "I am heartily glad of it. I shall be infinitely overpaid for my journey by having the pleasure of going back with you." After some conversation upon different subjects, Mr. Vincent, with an air of frankness which was peculiarly pleasing to Belinda, put into her hands an anonymous letter, which he had received the preceding day. "It is not worth your reading," said he, "but I know you too well to fear that it should give you any pain, and I hope you know me too well to apprehend that it could make any impression on my mind. Belinda read with some surprise. "Rash young man, beware of connecting yourself with the lady to whom you have lately been drawn in to pay your addresses. She is the most artful of women. She has been educated, as you may find upon inquiry, by one whose successful trade it has been to draw in young men of fortune for her nieces, whence she has obtained the appellation of the matchmaker general. The only niece whom she could not get rid of any other way, she sent to the most dissipated and unprincipled viscountess in town. The viscountess fell sick, and, as it was universally reported last winter, the young lady was immediately, upon her friend's death, to have been married to the viscount widower. But the viscountess detected the connection, and the young lady, to escape from her friend's rage, and from public shame, was obliged to retreat to certain shades in the neighbourhood of Harrowgate, where she passed herself for a saint upon those who were too honourable themselves to be suspicious of others. At length the quarrel between her and the viscountess was made up, by her address and boldness in declaring that if she was not recalled, she would divulge some secrets respecting a certain mysterious boudoir in her ladyship's house. This threat terrified the viscountess, who sent off express for her late discarded humble companion. The quarrel was hushed up, and the young lady is now with her noble friend in Twickenham. The person who used to be let up the private stairs into the boudoir by Mrs. Marriott is now more conveniently received at Twickenham. Much more was said by the letter writer in the same strain. The name of Clarence Hervey, in the last page, caught Belinda's eye, and, with a trepidation which she did not feel at the beginning of this epistle, she read to the conclusion. The Viscount is not supposed to have been unrivalled in the young lady's favour. A young gentleman of large fortune, great talents, and uncommon powers of pleasing, has, for some months, been her secret object. But he has been prudent enough to escape her matrimonial snares, though he carries on a correspondence with her through the means of her friend the Viscountess, to whom he privately writes. The noble lady has bargained to make over to her confidant all her interest in Hervey's heart. He is expected every day to return from his tour, and, if the schemes upon him can be brought to bear, the promised return to the neighbourhood of Harrowgate will never be thought of. Mr. Vincent will be left in the lurch. He will not even have the lady's fair hand. Her fair heart is Clarence Hervey's, at all events. Further particulars shall be communicated to Mr. Vincent, if he pays due attention to this warning from a sincere friend. As soon as Belinda had finished this curious production, she thanked Mr. Vincent, with more kindness than she had ever before shown him, for the confidence he placed in her, and for the openness with which he treated her. She begged his permission to show this letter to Lady Delacour, though he had previously dreaded the effect which it might have upon her ladyship's feelings. Her first exclamation was, "This is one of Harriot Freke's frolics." But as her ladyship's indignation against Mrs. Freke had long since subsided into utter contempt, she did not waste another thought upon the writer of this horrible letter, but instantly the whole energy of her mind and fire of her eloquence burst forth in an eulogium upon her friend. Careless of all that concerned herself, she explained, without a moment's hesitation, everything that could exalt Belinda. She described all the difficult circumstances in which her friend had been placed. She mentioned the secret with which she had been entrusted, the honour with which, even at the hazard of her own reputation, she had kept her promise of secrecy inviolable, when Lord Delacour, in a fit of intoxication and jealousy, had endeavoured to wrest from Marriott the key of the mysterious boudoir. She confessed her own absurd jealousy, explained how it had been excited by the artifices of Champfort and Sir Philip Baddely, how slight circumstances had worked upon her mind up almost to a frenzy. The temper, the dignity, the gentleness, the humanity with which Belinda bore with me during this paroxysm of madness, said Lady Delacour. "I never can forget, nor the spirit with which she left my house, when she saw me unworthy of her esteem, and ungrateful for her kindness, nor the magnanimity with which she returned to me, when I thought myself upon my death-bed. All this has made an impression upon my soul, which never, whilst I have life and reason, can be effaced. She has saved my life. She has made my life worth saving. She has made me feel my own value. She has made me know my own happiness. She has reconciled me to my husband. She has united me with my child. She has been my guardian angel. She, the confidant of my intrigues? She, leagued with me in vice? No, I am bound to her by ties stronger than vice ever felt, than vice, even in the utmost ingenuity of its depravity, can devise." Exhausted by the vehemence with which she had spoken, Lady Delacour paused; but Vincent, who sympathized in her enthusiasm, kept his eyes fixed upon her, in hopes that she had yet more to say. "I might, perhaps, you will think," continued she, smiling, "have spared you this history of myself and of my own affairs, Mr. Vincent, but I thought it necessary to tell you the plain facts, which malice has distorted into the most odious form. This is the quarrel, this is the reconciliation, of which your anonymous friend has been so well informed. Now, as to Clarence Hervey—" "I have explained to Mr. Vincent," interrupted Belinda, "everything that he could wish to know on that subject, and I now wish you to tell him that I faithfully remembered my promise to return to Oakly park, and that we were actually preparing for the journey." "Look here, sir," cried Lady Delacour, opening the door of her dressing-room, in which Marriott was upon her knees, locking a trunk. "Here's dreadful note of preparation." "You are a happier man than yet you know, Mr. Vincent," continued Lady Delacour; "for I can tell you that some persuasion, some raillery, and some wit, I flatter myself, have been used, to detain Miss Portman from you." "From Oakly park," interrupted Belinda. "From Oakly park, etc. A few days longer. Shall I be frank with you, Mr. Vincent? Yes, for I cannot help it. I am not of the nature of anonymous letter writers. I cannot, either secretly or publicly, sign or say myself a sincere friend, without being one to the utmost extent of my influence. I never give my vote without my interest, nor my interest without my vote. Now Clarence Hervey is my friend. Start not at all, sir, you have no reason; for if he is my friend, Miss Portman is yours. Which has the better bargain? But, as I was going to tell you, Mr. Clarence Hervey is my friend, and I am his. My vote, interest, and influence have consequently been all in his favour. I had reason to believe that he has long admired the dignity of Miss Portman's mind, and the simplicity of her character," continued her ladyship, with an arch look at Belinda; "and though he was too much a man of genius to begin with the present tense of the indicative mood, 'I love,' yet I was, and am, convinced that he does love her." "Can you, dear Lady Delacour," cried Belinda, "speak in this manner, and recollect all we heard from Marriott this morning? And to what purpose all this?" "To what purpose, my dear? To convince your friend Mr. Vincent that I am neither fool nor knave, but that I deal fairly by you, by him, and by all the world. Mr. Hervey's conduct towards Miss Portman has, I acknowledge, sir, been undecided. Some circumstances have lately come to my knowledge which throw doubts upon his honour and integrity, doubts which, I firmly believe, he will clear up to my satisfaction at least, as soon as I see him, or as soon as it is in his power, with this conviction, and believing, as I do, that no man upon earth is so well suited to my friend. Pardon me, Mr. Vincent, if my wishes differ from yours. Though my sincerity may give you present, it may save you from future pain." Your ladyship's sincerity, whatever pain it may give, I admire," said Mr. Vincent, with some pride in his manner. "But I see that I must despair of the honour of your ladyship's congratulations." "Pardon me," interrupted Lady Delacour, "there you are quite mistaken. The man of Belinda's choice must receive my congratulations. He must do more. He must become my friend. I would never rest till I had won his regard. Nor should I in the least be apprehensive that he would not have sufficient greatness of mind to forgive my having treated him with a degree of sincerity which the common forms of politeness cannot justify, and at which common souls would be scandalized past recovery." Mr. Vincent's pride was entirely vanquished by this speech, and with that frankness by which his manners were usually characterized, he thanked her for having distinguished him from common souls, and assured her that such sincerity as hers was infinitely more to his taste than that refined politeness of which he was aware no one was more perfect mistress than Lady Delacour. Here their conversation ended, and Mr. Vincent, as it was now late, took his leave. "Really, my dear Belinda," said Lady Delacour, when he was gone, "I am not surprised at your impatience to return to Oakly park. I am not so partial to my knight as to compare him in personal accomplishments with your hero. I acknowledge, also, that there is something vastly prepossessing in the frankness of his manners. He has behaved admirably well about this abominable letter; but, what is better than all in a lady's eyes, he is éperdument amoureux." "Not éperdument, I hope," said Belinda. "Then, as you do not think it necessary for your hero to be éperdument amoureux, I presume," said Lady Delacour, "you do not think it necessary that a heroine should be in love at all. So love and marriage are to be separated by philosophy as well as by fashion. This is Lady Anne Percival's doctrine. I give Mr. Percival joy. I remember the time when he fancied love essential to happiness." "I believe he not only fancies, but is sure of it now from experience," said Belinda. "Then he interdicts love only to his friends? He does not think it essential that you should know any thing about the matter? You may marry his ward, and welcome, without being in love with him?" "But not without loving him," said Belinda. "I am not casuist enough in these matters to understand the subtle distinction you make, with the true Percival emphasis, between loving and falling in love. But I suppose I am to understand by loving as half the world do when they marry." "As it would be happy for half the world if they did," replied Belinda, mildly, but with firmness of tone that her ladyship felt. "I should despise myself, and deserve no pity from any human being, if, after all I have seen, I could think of marrying for convenience or interest." "Oh, pardon me, I meant not to insinuate such an idea. Even your worst enemy, Sir Philip Baddely, would acquit you there. I meant but to hint, my dear Belinda, that a heart such as yours is formed for love in its highest, purest, happiest state." A pause ensued. "Such happiness can be secured only," resumed Belinda, "by a union with a man of sense and virtue." "A man of sense and virtue, I suppose, means Mr. Vincent," said Lady Delacour. "No doubt you have lately learned in the same sober style that a little love will suffice, with a great deal of esteem." "I hope I have learned lately that a great deal of esteem is the best foundation for a great deal of love." "Possibly," said Lady Delacour; "but we often see people working at the foundation all their lives without getting any further." "And those who build their castles of happiness in the air," said Belinda, "are they more secure, wiser, or happier?" "Wiser? I know nothing about that," said Lady Delacour; "but happier I do believe they are, for the castle building is always a labour of love, but the foundation of drudgery is generally love's labour lost. Poor Vincent will find it so." "Perhaps not," said Belinda. for already his solid good qualities—" "Solid good qualities?" interrupted Lady Delacour. "I beg your pardon for interrupting you, but, my dear, you know we never fall in love with good qualities, except, indeed, when they are enjoined to an aquiline nose. Oh, that aquiline nose of Mr. Vincent's! I am more afraid of it than of all his solid good qualities. He has again, I acknowledge it, much the advantage of Clarence Hervey in personal accomplishments, but you are not a woman to be decided by personal accomplishments." "And you will not allow me to be decided by solid good qualities," said Belinda. "So by what must I be determined?" "By your heart, my dear, by your heart. Trust your heart only." "Alas!" said Belinda, "how many, many women have deplored their having trusted to their hearts only." "Their hearts! But I said your heart. Mind your pronouns, my dear, that makes all the difference. But, to be serious, tell me, do you really and bona fide, as my uncle the lawyer used to say, love Mr. Vincent?" "No," said Belinda, "I do not love him yet. But for that emphatic yet, how I should have worshipped you! I wish I could once clearly understand the state of your mind about Mr. Vincent, and then I should be able to judge how far I might indulge myself in raillery without being absolutely impertinent. So, without intruding upon your confidence, tell me whatever you please." "I will tell you all I know of my own mind," replied Belinda, looking up with an ingenuous countenance. "I esteem Mr. Vincent. I am grateful to him for the proofs he has given me of steady attachment, and of confidence in my integrity. I like his manners and the frankness of his temper. But I do not yet love him, and till I do, no earthly consideration could prevail upon me to marry him." "Perfectly satisfactory, my dear Belinda, and yet I cannot be quite at ease whilst Mr. Vincent is present, and my poor Clarence absent. Proximity is such a dangerous advantage, even with the wisest of us. The absent lose favour so quickly in Cupid's court, as in all courts, and they are such victims to false reports and vile slanderers." Belinda sighed. "Thank you for that sigh, my dear," said Lady Delacour. "May I ask, would you, if you discovered that Mr. Vincent had a Virginia, discard him for ever from your thoughts?" "If I discovered that he had deceived and behaved dishonourably to any woman, I certainly should banish him for ever from my regard." "With as much ease as you banished Clarence Hervey? With more, perhaps. Then you acknowledge, that's all I want, that you liked Clarence better than you do Vincent?" "I acknowledge it," said Belinda, colouring up to her temples, "but that time is entirely past, and I never look back to it." "But if you were forced to look back to it, my dear, if Clarence Hervey proposed for you, would not you cast a lingering look behind?" "Let me beg of you, my dear Lady Delacour, as my friend," cried Belinda, speaking and looking with great earnestness, "let me beg of you to forbear. Do not use your powerful influence over my heart to make me think of what I ought not to think, or do what I ought not to do. I have permitted Mr. Vincent to address me. You cannot imagine that I am so base as to treat him with duplicity, or that I consider him only as my pis-aller. No, I will treat him honourably. He knows exactly the state of my mind. He shall have a fair trial whether he can win my love. The moment I am convinced that he cannot succeed, I will tell him so decidedly. But if ever I should feel for him that affection which is necessary for my happiness and his, I hope I shall without fear, even of Lady Delacour's ridicule or displeasure, avow my sentiments, and abide by my choice." "My dear, I admire you," said Lady Delacour, "but I am incorrigible. I am not fit to hear myself convinced. After all, I am impelled by the genius of imprudence to tell you, that, in spite of Mr. Percival's cure for first loves, I consider love as a distemper that can be had but once. As you acknowledge that you are not fit to hear yourself convinced, said Belinda, I will not argue this point with you. But you will allow, said Lady Delacour, as it is said or sung in Cupid's calendar, that un peu d'amour, un peu de soin, mène souvent un cœur bien loin. And she broke off the conversation by singing that beautiful French air. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 25. Love me, love my dog. The only interest that honest people can take in the fate of rogues is in their detection and punishment. The reader, then, will be so far interested in the fate of Mr. Champfort as to feel some satisfaction at his being safely lodged in Newgate. The circumstance which led to this desirable catastrophe was the anonymous letter to Mr. Vincent. From the first moment that Marriott saw or heard of the letter, she was convinced, she said, that Mr. Champfort was at the bottom of it. Lady Delacour was equally convinced that Harriot Freke was the author of the epistle, and she supported her opinion by observing that Champfort could neither write nor spell English. Marriott and her lady were both right. It was a joint, or rather a triplicate, performance. Champfort, in conjunction with the stupid maid, furnished the intelligence which Mrs. Freke manufactured, and when she had put the whole into proper style and form, Mr. Champfort got her rough draught fairly copied at his leisure, and transmitted his copy to Mr. Vincent. Now all of this was discovered by a very slight circumstance. The letter was copied by Mr. Champfort upon a sheet of mourning paper, of which he thought he had carefully cut the edges, but one bit of the black edge remained, which did not escape Marriott's scrutinizing eye. "Lord bless my stars, my lady," she exclaimed, "this must be the paper, may be the paper, that Mr. Champfort was cutting a quire of, the very day before Miss Portman left town. It's a great while ago, but I remember it as well as if it was yesterday. I saw a parcel of black jags of paper littering the place, and asked what had been going on, and was told that it was only Mr. Champfort who had been cutting some paper, which, to be sure, I concluded my lord had given to him, having no further occasion for, as my lord and you, my lady, were just going out of mourning at that time, as you may remember." Lord Delacour, when the paper was shown to him, recognised it immediately by a private mark which he had put on the outside sheet of a division of letter paper, which, indeed, he had never given to Champfort, but which he had missed about the time Marriott mentioned. Between the leaves of this paper his lordship had put, as it was often his practice, some bank notes. They were notes of but small value, and when he missed them, he was easily persuaded by Champfort that, as he had been much intoxicated the preceding evening, he had thrown them away with some useless papers. He rummaged through his writing-desk in vain, and then gave up the search. It was true that on this very occasion he gave Champfort the remainder of some mourning paper, which he had no scruple, therefore, of producing openly. Certain that he could swear to his own private mark, and that he could identify his notes by their numbers, etc., of which he had luckily a memorandum, Lord Delacour, enraged to find himself both robbed and duped by a favourite servant in whom he had placed implicit confidence, was effectually roused from his natural indolence. He took such active and successful measures that Mr. Champfort was committed to jail, to take his trial for the robbery. To make peace for himself, he confessed that he had been instigated by Mrs. Freke to get the anonymous letter written. This lady was now suffering just punishment for her frolics, and Lady Delacour thought her fallen so much below indignation, that she advised Belinda to take no manner of notice of her conduct, except by simply returning the letter to her with Miss Portman's, Mr. Vincent's, and Lord and Lady Delacour's compliments and thanks to a sincere friend who had been the means of bringing villainy to justice. So much for Mrs. Freke and Mr. Champfort, who, both together, scarcely deserve an episode of 10 lines. Now to return to Mr. Vincent. Animated by fresh hope, he pressed his suit with Belinda with all the ardour of his sanguine temper. Though little disposed to fear any future evil, especially in the midst of present felicity, he was aware of the danger that might ensue to him from Clarence Hervey's arrival. He was therefore impatient for the intermediate day to pass, and it was with heartfelt joy that he saw the carriages at last at the door, which were actually to convey them to Oakly Park. Mr. Vincent, who had all the West Indian love for magnificence, had upon this occasion an extremely handsome equipage. Lady Delacour, though she was disappointed by Clarence Hervey's not appearing, did not attempt to delay their departure. She contented herself with leaving a note to be delivered to him on his arrival, which, she still flattered herself, would induce him immediately to go to Harrowgate. The trunks were fastened upon the carriages, the Imperial was carrying out, Marriott was full of world of business, Lord Delacour was looking at his horses as usual, Helena was patting Mr. Vincent's great dog, and Belinda was rallying her lover upon his taste for the pomp, pride, and circumstance of glorious travelling, when an express arrived from Oakly Park. It was to delay their journey for a few weeks. Mr. Percival and Lady Anne wrote word that they were unexpectedly called from home by . Lady Delacour did not stay to read by what or by whom, she was so much delighted by this reprieve. Mr. Vincent bore the disappointment as well as could be expected, particularly when Belinda observed, to comfort him, that the mind is its own place, and that hers, she believed, would be the same at Twickenham as at Oakly Park. Nor did she give him any reason to regret that she was not immediately under the influence of his own friends. The dread of being unduly biassed by Lady Delacour, and the strong desire Belinda felt to act honourably by Mr. Vincent, to show him that she was not trifling with his happiness, that she was incapable of the meanness of retaining a lover as a pis-aller, were motives which acted more powerfully in his favour than all that even Lady Anne Percival could have looked or said. The contrast between the openness and decision of his conduct towards her, and Clarence Hervey's vacillation and mystery, the belief that Mr. Hervey was, or ought to be, attached to another woman, the conviction that Mr. Vincent was strongly attached to her, and that he possessed many of the good qualities essential to her happiness, operated every day more and more strongly upon Belinda's mind. Where was Clarence Hervey all this time? Lady Delacour, alas, could not divine. She every morning was certain that he would appear that day, and every night she was forced to acknowledge her mistake. No inquiries, and she had made all that could be made by address and perseverance, no inquiries could clear up the mystery of Virginia and Mrs. Ormond, and her impatience to see her friend Clarence every hour increased. She was divided between her confidence in him and her affection for Belinda, unwilling to give him up, yet afraid to injure her happiness, or to offend her by injudicious advice and improper interference. One thing kept Lady Delacour for some time in spirits: Miss Portman's assurance that she would not bind herself by any promise or engagement to Mr. Vincent, even when decided in his favour, and that she should hold both of him and herself perfectly free till they were actually married. This was according to Lady Anne and Mr. Percival's principles, and Lady Delacour was never tired of expressing directly or indirectly her admiration of the prudence and propriety of their doctrine. Lady Delacour recollected her own promise to give her sincere congratulations to the victorious knight, and she endeavoured to treat Mr. Vincent with impartiality. She was, however, now still less inclined to like him, from a discovery which she accidentally made of his being still upon good terms with odious Mrs. Luttridge. Helena one morning was playing with Mr. Vincent's large dog, of which he was excessively fond. It was called Juba, after his faithful servant. "Helena, my dear," said Lady Delacour, "take care, don't trust your hand in that creature's monstrous mouth." "I can assure your ladyship," cried Mr. Vincent, "that he is the very quietest and best creature in the world." "No doubt," said Belinda, smiling, "since he belongs to you; for you know, as Mr. Percival tells you, everything animate or inanimate that is under your protection you think must be the best of its kind in the universe." "But really, Juba is the best creature in the world," repeated Mr. Vincent, with great eagerness. "Juba is, without exception, the best creature in the universe." "Juba the dog, or Juba the man?" said Belinda. "You know they cannot be both the best creatures in the universe." "Well, Juba the man is the best man, and Juba the dog is the best dog in the universe," said Mr. Vincent, laughing, with his usual candour at his own foible when it was pointed out to him. "But seriously, Lady Delacour, you need not be in the least afraid to trust Miss Delacour with this poor fellow, for, do you know, during a whole month that I lent him to Mrs. Luttridge at Harrowgate, she used constantly to let him sleep in the room with her, and now, whenever he sees her, he licks her hand as gently as if he were a lapdog, and it was but yesterday, when I had him there, she declared he was more gentle than any lapdog in London." At the name of Luttridge, Lady Delacour changed countenance, and she continued silent for some time, Mr. Vincent attributing her sudden seriousness to dislike or fear of his dog, took him out of the room. "My dear Lady Delacour," said Belinda, observing that she still retained an air of displeasure, "I hope your antipathy to odious Mrs. Luttridge does not extend to everybody who visits her." "Tout au contraire," cried Lady Delacour, starting from her reverie, and assuming a playful manner. "I have made a general gaol delivery of all my old hatreds, and even odious Mrs. Luttridge, though a hardened offender, must be included in this act of grace. So you need not fear that Mr. Vincent should fall under my royal displeasure for consorting with this state criminal. Though I can't sympathize with him, I forgive him, both for liking that great dog and that little woman, especially as I shrewdly suspect that he likes the lady's E.O. table better than the lady." "E.O. table! Good heavens! You do not imagine, Mr. Vincent. Nay, my dear, don't look so terribly alarmed. I assure you I did not mean to hint that there was any serious improper attachment to the E.O. table. Only a little flirtation, perhaps, to which his passion for you has doubtless put a stop." "I'll ask him the moment I see him," cried Belinda. "If he is fond of play, I know he used to play at billiards at Oakly Park, but merely as an amusement. Games of address are not to be put upon the same footing with games of hazard. A man may, however, contrive to lose a good deal of money at billiards, as poor Lord Delacour can tell you. But I beseech you, my dear, do not betray me to Mr. Vincent. 10 to 1 I am mistaken, for his great dog put me out of humour. But with such a doubt upon my mind, unsatisfied—" "It shall be satisfied. Lord Delacour shall make inquiries for me. Lord Delacour shall make inquiries, did I say? Will, I should have said. If Champfort had heard me, to what excellent account he might have turned that unlucky shall. What a nice grammarian a woman had need to be, who would live well with a husband inferior to her in understanding. With a superior or an equal, she might use shall or will as inaccurately as she pleases. Glorious privilege! How I shall envy it you, my dear Belinda! But how can you ever hope to enjoy it? Where is your superior? Where is your equal? Mr. Vincent, who had by this time seen his dog fed, which was one of his daily pleasures, returned, and politely assured Lady Delacour that Juba should not again intrude. To make her peace with Mr. Vincent, and to drive the E.O. table from Belinda's thoughts, her ladyship now turned the conversation from Juba the dog to Juba the man. She talked of Harriot Freke's phosphoric Obeah woman, of whom, she said, she had heard an account from Miss Portman. From thence she went on to the African slave trade, by way of contrast, and she finished precisely where she intended, and where Mr. Vincent could have wished, by praising a poem called The Dying Negro, which he had the preceding evening brought to read to Belinda. This praise was peculiarly agreeable, because he was not perfectly sure of his own critical judgment, and his knowledge of English literature was not as extensive as Clarence Hervey's, a circumstance which Lady Delacour had discovered one morning when they went to see Pope's famous villa at Twickenham. Flattered by her present confirmation of his taste, Mr. Vincent readily complied with a request to read the poem to Belinda. They were all deeply engaged by the charms of poetry, when they were suddenly interrupted by the entrance of Clarence Hervey. The book dropped from Vincent's hand the instant he heard his name. Lady Delacour's eyes sparkled with joy. Belinda's colour rose, but her countenance maintained an expression of calm dignity. Mr. Hervey, upon his first entrance, appeared prepared to support an air of philosophic composure, which forsook him before he had walked across the room. He seemed overpowered by the kindness with which Lady Delacour received his congratulations on her recovery, struck by the reserve of Belinda's manner, but not surprised or displeased at the sight of Mr. Vincent. On the contrary, he desired immediately to be introduced to him, with an air of a man resolute to cultivate his friendship. Provoked and perplexed, Lady Delacour, in a tone of mingled reproach and astonishment, exclaimed, "Though you have not done me the honour, Mr. Hervey, to take any other notice of my last letter, I am to understand, I presume, by the manner in which you desire me to introduce you to our friend Mr. Vincent, that it has been received?" "Received! Good heavens! Have you not had my answer?" cried Clarence Hervey, with a voice and look of extreme surprise and emotion. "Has not your ladyship received a packet?" "I have had no packet, I have had no letter. Mr. Vincent, do me the favour to ring the bell," cried Lady Delacour, eagerly. "I'll know this instant what's become of it." "Your ladyship must have thought me," and as he spoke his eye involuntarily glanced towards Belinda. "No matter what I thought you," cried Lady Delacour, who forgave him everything for this single glance. "If I did you a little injustice, Clarence, when I was angry, you must forgive me, for, I assure you, I do you a great deal of justice at other times." "Did any letter or any packet come here for me? Inquire," said she, impatiently, to the servant who came in. No letter or packet was to be heard of. It had been directed, Mr. Hervey now remembered, to her ladyship's house in town. She gave orders to have it immediately sent for, but scarcely had she given them, when, turning to Mr. Hervey, she laughed and said, "A very foolish compliment to you and your letter, for you certainly can speak as well as you can write, nay, better, I think, though you don't write ill neither. But you can tell me in 2 words what in writing would take half a volume. Leave this gentleman and lady to The Dying Negro, and let me hear your 2 words in Lord Delacour's dressing room, if you please," said she, opening the door of an adjoining apartment. "Lord Delacour will not be jealous if he finds you tête-à-tête with me, I promise you. But you shall not be compelled. You look—" "I look," said Mr. Hervey, affecting to laugh, "as if I felt the impossibility of putting half a volume into 2 words. it is a long story, and I must wait for the packet, whether I will or no." "Well, be it so," said Lady Delacour. Struck with the extreme perturbation into which she was thrown, she pressed him with no further raillery, but instantly attempted to change the conversation to general subjects. Again she had recourse to the dying negro. Mr. Vincent, to whom she now addressed herself, said, "For my part, I neither have, nor pretend to have, much critical taste, but I admire in this poem the manly, energetic spirit of virtue which it breathes." From the poem an easy transition was made to the author, and Clarence Hervey, exerting himself to join in the conversation, observed that this writer, Mr. Day, was an instance that genuine eloquence must spring from the heart. "Cicero was certainly right," continued he, addressing himself to Mr. Vincent, "in his definition of a great orator, to make it one of the first requisites that he should be a good man." Mr. Vincent coldly replied, "This definition would exclude too many men of superior talents to be easily admitted." "Perhaps the appearance of virtue," said Belinda, "might, on many occasions, succeed as well as the reality." "Yes, if the man be as good an actor as Mr. Hervey," said Lady Delacour, "and if he suit the action to the word to the action." Belinda never raised her eyes whilst her ladyship uttered these words. Mr. Vincent was, or seemed to be, so deeply engaged in looking for something in the book which he held in his hand, that he could take no farther part in the conversation, and a dead silence ensued. Lady Delacour, who was naturally impatient in the extreme, especially in the vindication of her friends, could not bear to see, as she did by Belinda's countenance, that she had not forgotten Marriott's story of Virginia St. Pierre; and though her ladyship was convinced that the packet would clear up all mysteries, yet she could not endure that even in the interim poor Clarence should be unjustly suspected, nor could she refrain from trying an expedient which just occurred to her, to satisfy herself and everybody present. She was the first to break silence. "To do ye justice, my friends, you are all good company this morning. Mr. Vincent is excusable because he is in love, and Belinda is excusable because Mr. Hervey, pray help me to an excuse for Miss Portman's stupidity, for I am dreadfully afraid of blundering out the truth. But why do I ask you to help me? In your present condition you seem totally unable to help yourself. Not a word. Run over the commonplaces of conversation. Weather, fashion, scandal, dress, deaths, marriages. Will none of these do? Suppose then you were to entertain me with other people's thoughts, since you have none of your own unpacked. Forfeit to arbitrary power," continued her ladyship, playfully seizing Mr. Vincent's book. "I have always observed that none submit with so good a grace to arbitrary power from our sex as your true men of spirit, who would shed the last drop of their blood to resist it from one of their own. Inconsistent creatures, the best of you. So read this charming little poem to us, Mr. Hervey, will you?" He was going to begin immediately, but Lady Delacour put her hand upon the book and stopped him. "Stay, though I am tyrannical, I will not be treacherous. I warn you, then, that I have imposed upon you a difficult, a dangerous task. If you have any sins unwhipped of justice, there are lines which I defy you to read without faltering. Listen to the preface." Her ladyship began as follows: "Mr. Day, indeed, retained during all the period of his life, as might be expected from his character, a strong detestation of female seduction. Happening to see some verses written by a young lady on a recent event of this nature, which was succeeded by a fatal catastrophe, the unhappy young woman who had been a victim to the perfidy of a lover, overpowered by her sensibility of shame, having died of a broken heart, he expresses his sympathy with the fair poetess in the following manner. Lady Delacour paused, and fixed her eyes upon Clarence Hervey. He, with all the appearance of conscious innocence, received the book without hesitation from her hands, and read aloud the lines, to which she pointed. Swear by the dread avengers of the tomb, by all thy hopes, by death's tremendous gloom, that ne'er by thee deceived the tender maid shall mourn her easy confidence betrayed, nor weep in secret the triumphant art, with bitter anguish rankling in her heart. So may each blessing which impartial fate throws on the good, but snatches from the great, adorn thy favoured course with rays divine, and heaven's best gift, a virtuous love, be thine. Mr. Hervey read these lines with so much unaffected, unembarrassed energy, that Lady Delacour could not help casting a triumphant look at Belinda, which said, or seemed to say, you see, I was right in my opinion of Clarence. Had Mr. Vincent been left to his own observations, he would have seen the simple truth, but he was alarmed and deceived by Lady Delacour's imprudent expressions of joy, and by the significant looks that she gave her friend Miss Portman, which seemed to be looks of mutual intelligence. He scarcely dared to turn his eyes towards his mistress, or upon him whom he thought his rival, but he kept them anxiously fixed upon her ladyship, in whose face, as in a glass, he seemed to study every thing that was passing. "Pray, have you ever played at chess since we saw you last?" said Lady Delacour to Clarence. "I hope you do not forget that you are my knight." "I do not forget it, I assure you. I own you as my knight to all the world, in public and private. Do not I, Belinda?" A dark cloud overspread Mr. Vincent's brow. He listened not to Belinda's answer. Seized with a transport of jealousy, he darted at Mr. Hervey a glance of mingled scorn and rage, and, after saying a few unintelligible words to Miss Portman and Lady Delacour, he left the room. Clarence Hervey, who seemed afraid to trust himself longer with Belinda, withdrew a few minutes afterwards. "My dear Belinda," exclaimed Lady Delacour, the moment he was out of the room, "how glad I am he is gone, that I may say all the good I think of him. In the first place, Clarence Hervey loves you. Never was I so fully convinced of it as this day. Why had we not that letter of his sooner? That will explain all to us. But I ask for no explanation, I ask for no letter, to confirm my opinion, my conviction, that he loves you. On this point I cannot be mistaken. He fondly loves you." "He fondly loves her? Yes, to be sure. I could have told you that news long ago," cried the Dowager Lady Boucher, who was in the room before they were aware of her entrance. They had been both so eager, the one listening and the other speaking. "Fondly loves her," repeated the Dowager. "Yes, and no secret, I promise you, Lady Delacour." And then, turning to Belinda, she began a congratulatory speech upon the report of her approaching marriage with Mr. Vincent. Belinda absolutely denied the truth of this report, but the Dowager continued: "I distress you, I see, and it's quite out of rule, I am sensible, to speak in this sort of way, Miss Portman; but as I'm an old acquaintance, and an old friend, and an old woman, you'll excuse me. I can't help saying I feel quite rejoiced at your meeting with such a match." Belinda again attempted to declare that she was not going to be married, but the invincible Dowager went on: "Every way eligible, and every way agreeable. A charming young man, I hear, Lady Delacour. I see I must only speak to you, or I shall make Miss Portman sink to the centre of the earth, which I would not wish to do, especially at such a critical moment as this. A charming young man, I hear, with a noble West Indian fortune, and a noble spirit, and well connected, and passionately in love, no wonder. But I have done now, I promise you. I'll ask no questions, so don't run away, Miss Portman. I'll ask no questions, I promise you." To ensure the performance of the promise, Lady Delacour asked what news there was in the world. This question, she knew, would keep the dowager in delightful employment. "I live quite out of the world here, but since Lady Boucher has the charity to come to see me, we shall hear all the secrets worth knowing from the best authority." "Then the best piece of news I have for you is that my lord and my Lady Delacour are absolutely reconciled, and that they are the happiest couple that ever lived." "All very true," replied Lady Delacour. "True!" repeated Lady Boucher. "Why, my dear Lady Delacour, you amaze me. Are you in earnest? Was there ever any thing so provoking? There have I been contradicting the report wherever I went, for I was convinced that the whole story was a mistake and a fabrication. The history of the Reformation might not be exact, but the Reformation itself your ladyship may depend upon, since you hear it from my own lips." "Well, how amazing! How incredible! Lord bless me! But your ladyship certainly is not in earnest, for you look just the same, and speak just in the same sort of way. I see no alteration, I confess." "And what alteration, my good Lady Boucher, did you expect to see? Did you think that, by way of being exemplarily virtuous, I should, like Lady let my sentences come out of my mouth only at the rate of a word a minute, like minute drops from off the eaves? Or did you expect that, in hopes of being a pattern for the rising generation, I should hold my feature in penance, immovably, thus, like some of the poor ladies of Antigua, who, after they have blistered their faces all over to get a fine complexion, are forced, while the new skin is coming, to sit without speaking, smiling, or moving muscle or feature, lest an indelible wrinkle should be the consequence?" Lady Boucher was impatient to have this speech finished, for she had a piece of news to tell. "Well," she cried, "there's no knowing what to believe or disbelieve, one hears so many strange reports. But I have a piece of news for you that you may all depend upon. I have one secret worth knowing, I can tell your ladyship, and one your ladyship and Miss Portman, I'm sure, will be rejoiced to hear. Your friend, Clarence Hervey, is going to be married." "Married! Married!" cried Lady Delacour. Ay, your ladyship may look as much astonished as you please. You cannot be more so than I was when I heard it. Clarence Hervey, Miss Portman, that was looked upon so completely, you know, as not a marrying man, and now the last man upon earth that your ladyship would suspect of marrying in this sort of way. In what sort of way? My dear Belinda, how can you stand this fire?" said Lady Delacour, placing a screen dexterously to hide her face from the dowager's observation. "Now only guess whom he is going to marry," continued Lady Boucher. "Whom do you guess, Miss Portman?" "An amiable woman, I should guess, from Mr. Hervey's general character," cried Lady Delacour. "Oh, an amiable woman, I take for granted. Every woman is amiable, of course, as the newspapers tell us, when she is going to be married," said the dowager. "An amiable woman, to be sure, but that means nothing. I have not had a guess from Miss Portman." "From general character," Belinda began, in a constrained voice. "Do not guess from general character, my dear Belinda," interrupted Lady Delacour, "for there is no judging in these cases, from general character, of what people will like or dislike." "Then I will leave it to your ladyship to guess this time, if you please," said Belinda. "You will neither of you guess till doomsday," cried the dowager. "I must tell you. Mr. Hervey's going to marry, in the strangest sort of way, a girl that nobody knows, a daughter of a Mr. Hartley. The father can give her a good fortune, it is true, But one should not have supposed that fortune was an object with Mr. Hervey, who has such a noble one of his own. It's really difficult to believe it." "So difficult that I find it quite impossible," said Lady Delacour, with an incredulous smile. "Depend upon it, my dear Lady Delacour," said the dowager, laying the convincing weight of her arm upon her ladyship's, "depend upon it, my dear Lady Delacour, that my information is correct. Guess whom I had it from?" "Willingly; but first let me tell you that I have seen Mr. Hervey within this half hour, and I never saw a man look less like a bridegroom." "Indeed! Well, I've heard, too, that he didn't like the match. But what a pity, when you saw him yourself this morning, that you didn't get all the particulars out of him. But let him look like what he will, you'll find that my information is perfectly correct. Guess whom I had it from? From Mrs. Margaret Delacour. It was at her house that Clarence Hervey first met Mr. Hartley, who, as I mentioned, is the father of the young lady. There was a charming scene and some romantic story about his finding the girl in a cottage, and calling her Virginia something or other, but I didn't clearly understand about that. However, this much is certain, that the girl, as her father told Mrs. Delacour, is desperately in love with Mr. Hervey, and they are to be married immediately. Depend upon it, you'll find my information correct. Good morning to you. Lord bless me, now I recollect, I once heard that Mr. Hervey was a great admirer of Miss Portman," said the dowager. The inquisitive dowager, whose curiosity was put upon a new scent, immediately fastened her eyes upon Belinda's face, but from that she could make out nothing. Was it because she had not the best eyes, or because there was nothing to be seen? To determine this question she looked through her glass, to make a clearer view, but Lady Delacour drew off her attention, by suddenly exclaiming, "My dear Lady Boucher, when you go back to town, do send me a bottle of concentrated anima of quassia." Ah, have I made a convert of you at last?" said the dowager, and, satisfied with the glory of this conversion, she departed. "Admire my knowledge of human nature, my dear Belinda," said Lady Delacour. "Now she will talk, at the next place she goes to, of nothing but my faith in anima of quassia, and she will forget to make a gossiping story out of that most imprudent hint I gave her about Clarence Hervey's having been an admirer of yours. Do not leave the room, Belinda. I have 1,000 things to say to you, my dear. Excuse me at present, my dear Lady Delacour. I am impatient to write a few lines to Mr. Vincent. He went away in a fit of jealousy, and I am glad of it." "And I am sorry for it," said Belinda. "Sorry that he should have so little confidence in me as to feel jealousy without cause, without sufficient cause, I should say, for certainly your ladyship gave pain by the manner in which you received Mr. Hervey." "Lord, my dear, you would spoil any man upon earth. You could not act more foolishly if the man were your husband. Are you privately married to him? If you be not, for my sake, for your own, for Mr. Vincent's, do not write till we see the contents of Clarence Hervey's packet." "It can make no alteration in what I write," said Belinda. "Well, my dear, write what you please, but I only hope you will not send your letter till the packet arrives." "Pardon me, I shall send it as soon as I possibly can. The dear delight of giving pain does not suit my taste." Lady Delacour, as soon as she was left alone, began to reconsider the dowager's story. Notwithstanding her unbelieving smile, it alarmed her, for she could not refuse to give it some degree of credit, when she learned that Mrs. Margaret Delacour was the authority from whom it came. Mrs. Delacour was a woman of scrupulous veracity, and rigid in her dislike to gossiping, so that it was scarcely probable a report originating with her, however it might be altered by the way, should prove to be totally void of foundation. The name of Virginia coincided with Sir Philip Baddely's hints, and with Marriott's discoveries. These circumstances considered, Lady Delacour knew not what opinion to form, and her eagerness to receive Mr. Hervey's packet every moment increased. She walked up and down the room, looked at her watch, fancied that it had stopped, held it to her ear, ran the bell every quarter of an hour to inquire whether the messenger was not yet come back. At last the long-expected packet arrived. She seized it, and hurried with it immediately to Belinda's room. "Clarence Hervey's packet, my love. Now woe be to the person who interrupts us." She bolted the door as she spoke, rolled an arm-chair to the fire. "Now for it," said she, seating herself. "The devil upon two sticks, if he were looking down upon me from the housetop, or Champfort, who is the worst devil of the two, would, if he were peeping through the keyhole, swear I was going to open a love-letter, and so I hope I am. Now for it," cried she, breaking the seal. "My dear friend," said Belinda, laying her hand upon Lady Delacour's, "before we open this packet, let me speak to you, whilst our minds are calm." "Calm! It is the strangest time for your mind to be calm. But I must not affront you by my incredulity. Speak, then, but be quick, for I do not pretend to be calm. It is not being, thank my stars, mon métier d'être philosophe. Crack goes the last seal. Speak now, or for ever after hold your tongue, my calm philosopher of Oakly Park. But do you wish me to attend to what you are going to say?" "Yes," replied Belinda, smiling, "that is the usual wish of those who speak." "Very true, and I can listen tolerably well when I don't know what people are going to say. But when I know it all beforehand, I have an unfortunate habit of not being able to attend to one word. Now, my dear, let me anticipate your speech, and if my anticipation be wrong, then you shall rise to explain, and I will," said she, putting her finger on her lips, "listen to you, like Harpocrates, without moving an eyelash." Belinda, as the most certain way of being heard, consented to hear before she spoke. "I will tell you," pursued Lady Delacour, "if not what you are going to say to me, at least what you say to yourself, which is fully as much to the purpose. You say to yourself, 'Let this packet of Clarence Hervey contain what it may, it comes too late. Let him say, or let him do, 'tis all the same to me, because,' now for the reasoning, 'because things have gone so far with Mr. Vincent, that Lady Anne Percival, and all the world at Oakly Park, will blame me if I retract. In short, things have gone so far that I cannot recede, because things have gone so far.' This is the rondo of your argument. Nay, hear me out, then you shall have your turn, my dear, for an hour, if you please. Let things have gone ever so far, they can stop, and turn about again, cannot they? Lady Anne Percival is your friend, of course can wish only for your happiness. You think that she is the thing that's most uncommon, a reasonable woman. Then she cannot be angry with you for being happy your own way. So I need not, as the orators say, labour this point any more. Now, as to your aunt, the fear of displeasing Mrs. Stanhope, a little more or less, is not to be put in competition with the hope of your happiness for life, especially as you have contrived to exist some months in a state of utter excommunication from her favour. After all, you know she will not grieve for any thing but the loss of Mr. Vincent's fortune, and Mr. Hervey's fortune might do as well, or almost as well. At least, she may compound with her pride for the difference, by considering that an English member of Parliament is, in the eyes of the world, the only eyes with which she sees, a better connection than the son of a West India planter, even though he may be a protégé of Lady Anne Percival. Spare me your indignation, my dear. What a look was there! Reasoning for Mrs. Stanhope, must not I reason as Mrs. Stanhope does? Now I will put this stronger still. Suppose that you had actually acknowledged that Mr. Vincent had got beyond esteem with you. Suppose that you had in due form consented to marry him. Suppose that preparations were at this moment making for the wedding. Even in that desperate case, I should say to you, you are not a girl to marry because your wedding gown is made up. Some few guineas are thrown away, perhaps. Do not throw away your whole happiness after them. That would be sorry economy. Trust me, my dear, I should say, as I have to you in time of need. Or, if you fear to be obliged to one who never was afraid of being obliged to you, 10 to 1 the preparations for a wedding, though not the wedding, may be necessary immediately. No matter to Mrs. Franks who the bridegroom may be, so that her bill be paid, she would not care the turning of a feather whether it be paid by Mrs. Vincent or Mrs. Hervey. I hope I have convinced. I am sure I have made you blush, my dear, and that is some satisfaction. A blush at this moment is an earnest of victory. Lo, triomphe! Now I will open my packet, my hand shall not be held an instant longer. I absolve you from the penance of hearing me for an hour, but I claim your promise to attend to me for a few minutes, my dear friend, said Belinda. I thank you most sincerely for your kindness, and let me assure you that I should not hesitate to accept from you any species of obligation. Thanks, there's a dear good girl, my own Belinda. But indeed you totally misunderstand me. Your reasoning, show me the fault of it. I challenge all the logic of all the Percivals. Your reasoning is excellent, if your facts were not taken for granted. You have taken it for granted that Mr. Hervey is in love with me. No, said Lady Delacour, I take nothing for granted, as you will find when I open this packet. You have taken it for granted, continued Belinda, that I am still secretly attached to him, and you have taken it for granted that I am restrained only by fear of Lady Anne Percival, my aunt, and the world, from breaking off with Mr. Vincent. If you will read the letter which I was writing to him when you came into the room, perhaps you will be convinced of your mistake. Read a letter to Mr. Vincent at such a time as this? Then I will go and read my packet in my own room, cried Lady Delacour, rising hastily, with evident displeasure. Not even your displeasure, my dear friend, said Belinda, can alter my determination to behave with consistency and openness towards Mr. Vincent, and I can bear your anger, for I know it arises from your regard for me. I never loved you so little as at this instant, Belinda. You will do me justice when you are cool. Cool, repeated Lady Delacour, as she was about to leave the room. I never wish to be as cool as you are, Belinda. So, after all, you love Mr. Vincent, you'll marry Mr. Vincent. I never said so, replied Belinda. You have not read my letter. Oh, Lady Delacour, at this instant you should not reproach me. I did you injustice, cried Lady Delacour, as she now looked at Belinda's letter. Send it, send it. You have said the very thing you ought. And now sit down with me to this packet of Clarence Hervey's. Be just to him, as you are to Mr. Vincent. That's all I ask. Give him a fair hearing. Now for it. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26, Part 1 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anchor. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 26, Part 1, Virginia. Clarence Hervey's packet contained a history of his connection with Virginia St. Pierre. To save our hero from the charge of egotism, we shall relate the principal circumstances in the third person. It was about a year before he had seen Belinda that Clarence Hervey returned from his travels. He had been in France just before the Revolution, when luxury and dissipation were at their height in Paris, and when a universal spirit of licentious gallantry prevailed. Some circumstances in which he was personally interested disgusted him strongly with the Parisian belles. He felt that women who were full of vanity, affectation, and artifice, whose tastes were perverted, and whose feelings were depraved, were equally incapable of conferring or enjoying real happiness. Whilst this conviction was full in his mind, he read the works of Rousseau. This eloquent writer's sense made its full impression upon Clarence's understanding, and his declamations produced more than their just effect upon an imagination naturally ardent. He was charmed with the picture of Sophia, when contrasted with the characters of the women of the world with whom he had been disgusted, and he formed the romantic project of educating a wife for himself. Full of this idea, he returned to England, determined to carry his scheme immediately into execution, but was some time delayed by the difficulty of finding a proper object for his purpose. It was easy to meet with beauty in distress and ignorance in poverty, but it was difficult to find simplicity without vulgarity, ingenuity without cunning, or even ignorance without prejudice. It was difficult to meet with an understanding totally uncultivated, yet likely to reward the labour of late instruction, a heart wholly unpractised, yet full of sensibility, capable of all the enthusiasm of passion, the delicacy of sentiment, and the firmness of rational constancy. It is not wonderful that Mr. Hervey, with such high expectations, should not immediately find them gratified. Disappointed in his first search, he did not, however, relinquish his design, and at length, by accident, he discovered, or thought that he discovered, an object formed expressly for his purpose. One fine evening in autumn, as he was riding through the New Forest, charmed with the picturesque beauties of the place, he turned out of the beaten road and struck into a fresh track, which he pursued with increasing delight, till the setting sun reminded him that it was necessary to postpone his farther reflections on forest scenery, and that it was time to think of finding his way out of the wood. He was now in the most retired part of the forest, and he saw no path to direct him, but as he stopped to consider which way he should turn, a dog sprang from a thicket, barking furiously at his horse. His horse was high-spirited, but he was master of him, and he obliged the animal to stand quietly till the dog, having barked himself hoarse, retreated of his own accord. Clarence watched to see which way he would go, and followed him, in hopes of meeting with the person to whom he belonged. He kept his guide in sight till he came into a beautiful glade, in the midst of which was a neat but very small cottage, with numerous beehives in the garden, surrounded by a profusion of rose-trees which were in full bloom. This cultivated spot was strikingly contrasted with the wildness of the surrounding scenery. As he came nearer, Mr. Hervey saw a young girl watering the rose-trees, which grew round the cottage, and an old woman beside her filling a basket with the flowers. The old woman was like most other old women, except that she had a remarkably benevolent countenance, and an air that had been acquired in better days, but the young girl did not appear to Clarence like any other young girl that he had ever seen. The setting sun shone upon her countenance, the wind blew aside the ringlets of her light hair, and the blush of modesty overspread her cheeks when she looked up at the stranger. In her large blue eyes there was an expression of artless sensibility, with which Mr. Hervey was so powerfully struck, that he remained for some moments silent, totally forgetting that he came to ask his way out of the forest. His horse made so little noise upon the soft grass, that he was within a few yards of them before he was perceived by the old woman. As soon as she saw him, she turned abruptly to the young girl, put the basket of roses into her hand, and bid her carry them into the house. As she passed him, the girl, with a sweet innocent smile, held up the basket to Clarence, and offered him one of the roses. "Go in, Rachel, go in, child," said the old woman, in so loud and severe a tone, that both Rachel and Mr. Hervey started. The basket was overturned, and the roses all scattered upon the grass. Clarence, though he attempted some apology, was by no means concerned for the accident, as it detained Rachel some instants longer to collect her flowers, and gave him an opportunity of admiring her finely shaped hands and arms, and the ease and natural grace of her motions. "Go in, Rachel," repeated the old woman, in a still more severe tone. "Leave the roses there. I can pick them up as well as you, child. Go in." The girl looked at the old woman with astonishment, her eyes filled with tears, and, throwing down the roses that she held in her hand, she said, "I am going, grandmother." The door closed after her before Clarence recollected himself sufficiently to tell the old lady how he had lost his way, etc. Her severity vanished as soon as her granddaughter was safe in the house, and with much readiness she showed him the road for which he inquired. As soon, however, as it was in his power, he returned thither, for he had taken such good note of the place that he easily found his way to the spot, which appeared to him a terrestrial paradise. As he descended into the valley, he heard the humming of bees, but he saw no smoke rising from the cottage chimney. No dog barked, no living creature was to be seen. The house door was shut, the window shutters closed. All was still. The place looked as if it had been deserted by all its inhabitants. The roses had not been watered, many of them had shed their leaves, and a basket half full of dead flowers was left in the middle of the garden. Clarence alighted and tried the latch of the door, but it was fastened. He listened, but heard no sound. He walked round to the back of the house. A small lattice window was half open, and as he went toward it, he thought he heard a low moaning voice. He gently pulled aside the curtain and peeped in at the window. The room was darkened. His eyes had been dazzled by the sun, so that he could not at first see any object distinctly, but he heard the moaning repeated at intervals, and a soft voice at last said, "Oh, speak to me once again, only once again, speak to me." The voice came from a corner of the room, to which he had not yet turned his eyes, and as he drew aside more of the curtain to let in more light, a figure started up from the side of a bed, at which he had been kneeling, and he saw the beautiful young girl, with her hair all dishevelled, and the strongest expression of grief in her countenance. He asked if he could do her any service. She beckoned to him to come in, and then, pointing to the bed, on which the old woman was stretched, said, "She cannot speak to me, she cannot move one side. She has been so these 3 days, but she is not dead, she is not dead." The poor creature had been struck with the palsy. As Clarence went close to the bed, she opened her eyes, and fixing them upon him, she stretched out her withered hand, caught fast hold of her granddaughter, and then, raising herself with a violent effort, she pronounced the word "Begone!" Her face grew black, her features convulsed, and she sunk down again in her bed, without power of utterance. Clarence left the house instantly, mounted his horse, and galloped to the next town for medical assistance. The poor woman was so far recovered by a skilful apothecary, that she could, in a few days, articulate so as to be understood. She knew that her end was approaching fast, and seemed piously resigned to her fate. Mr. Hervey went constantly to see her, but though grateful to him for his humanity and for the assistance he had procured for her, yet she appeared agitated when he was in the room, and frequently looked at him and at her granddaughter with uncommon anxiety. At last she whispered something to the girl, who immediately left the room, and she then beckoned to him to come closer to the armchair in which she was seated. "Maybe, sir," said she, "you thought me out of my right mind, the day when I was lying on that bed, and said to you in such a peremptory tone, 'Begone!' It was all I could say then, and in truth I cannot speak quite plain yet, nor ever shall again, but God's will be done. I had only one thing to say to you, sir, about that poor girl of mine." Clarence listened to her with eagerness. She paused, and then, laying her cold hand upon his, she looked up earnestly in his face, and continued, "You are a fine young gentleman, and you look like a good gentleman, but so did the man who broke the heart of her poor mother. Her mother was carried off from a boarding school, when she was scarcely 16, by a wretch who, after privately marrying her, would not own his marriage, stayed with her but 2 years, then went abroad, left his wife and his infant, and has never been heard of since. My daughter died of a broken heart. Rachel was then between 3 and 4 years old, a beautiful child. God forgive her father. God's will be done." She paused to subdue her emotion, and then, with some difficulty, proceeded. "My only comfort is, I have bred Rachel up in innocence. I never sent her to a boarding school. No, no. From the moment of her birth till now, I have kept her under my own eye. In this cottage she has lived with me, away from all the world. You are the first man she ever spoke to, the first man who ever was within these doors. She is innocence itself. Oh, sir, as you hope for mercy when you are as I am now, spare the innocence of that poor child. Never, never come here after her, when I am dead and gone. Consider, she is but a child, sir. God never made a better creature. Oh, promise me you will not be the ruin of my sweet innocent girl, and I shall die in peace." Clarence Hervey was touched. He instantly made the promise required of him, and, as nothing less would satisfy the poor dying woman, confirmed it by a solemn oath. "Now I am easy," said she, "quite easy, and may God bless you for it. In the village here there is a Mrs. Smith, a good farmer's wife, who knows us well. She will see to have me decently buried, and then has promised to sell all the little I have for my girl, and to take care of her. And you'll never come near her more?" "I did not promise that," said Hervey. The old woman again looked much disturbed. "Ah, good young gentleman," said she, "take my advice, it will be best for you both. If you see her again, you will love her, sir, you can't help it. And if she sees you, poor thing, how innocently she smiled when she gave you the rose. Oh, sir, never come near her when I am gone. It is too late for me now to get her out of your way. This night, I'm sure, will be my last in this world. Oh, promise me you will never come here again." "After the oath I have taken," replied Clarence, "that promise would be unnecessary. Trust to my honour." "Honour! Oh, that was the word the gentleman said that betrayed her poor mother, and left her afterwards to die. Oh, sir, sir!" The violent emotion that she felt was too much for her. She fell back exhausted, never spoke more, and an hour afterwards she expired in the arms of her granddaughter. The poor girl could not believe that she had breathed her last. She made a sign to the surgeon, and to Clarence Hervey, who stood beside her, to be silent, and listened, fancying that the corpse would breathe again. Then she kissed her cold lips, and the shrivelled cheeks, and the eyelids that were closed for ever. She warmed the dead fingers with her breath. She raised the heavy arm, and when it fell she perceived there was no hope. She threw herself upon her knees. "She is dead!" she exclaimed. "And she has died without giving me her blessing. She can never bless me again." They took her into the air, and Clarence Hervey sprinkled water upon her face. It was a fine night, and the fresh air soon brought her to her senses. He then said that he would leave her to the care of the surgeon, and ride to the village in search of that Mrs. Smith who had promised to be her friend. "And so you are going away from me too," said she, and she burst into tears. At the sight of these tears Clarence turned away, and hurried from her. He sent the woman from the village, but returned no more that night. Her simplicity, sensibility, and, perhaps more than he was aware, her beauty, had pleased and touched him extremely. The idea of attaching a perfectly pure, disinterested, unpractised heart was delightful to his imagination. The cultivation of her understanding, he thought, would be an easy and a pleasing task. All difficulties vanished before his sanguine hopes. "Sensibility," said he to himself, "is the parent of great talents and great virtues, and evidently she possesses natural feeling in an uncommon degree. It shall be developed with skill, patience, and delicacy, and I will deserve before I claim my reward." The next day he returned to the cottage, accompanied by an elderly lady, a Mrs. Ormond, the same lady who afterward, to Marriott's prejudiced eyes, had appeared more like a dragon than anything else, but who, to this simple, unsuspicious girl, seemed like what she really was, a truly good-natured, benevolent woman. She consented most readily to put herself under the protection of Mrs. Ormond, provided Mrs. Smith would give her leave. There was no difficulty in persuading Mrs. Smith that it was for her advantage. Mrs. Smith, who was a plain farmer's wife, told all that she knew of Rachel's history, but all that she knew was little. She had heard only hints at odd times from the old woman. These agreed perfectly with what Mr. Hervey had already heard. "The old gentlewoman," said Mrs. Smith, "as I believe I should call her by rights, has lived in the forest there where you found her these many a year. She earned her subsistence by tending bees and making rose-water. She was a good soul, but very particular, especially about her granddaughter, which, considering all things, one cannot blame her for. She often told me she would never put Rachel to a boarding school, which I approved, seeing she had no fortune, and it is the ruin of girls, to my mind, to be bred above their means, as it was of her mother, sir. Then she would never teach Rachel to write, for fear she should take to scrawling nonsense of love-letters, as her mother did before her. Now, sir, this I approve too, for I don't much mind about book-learning myself, and I even thought it would have been as well if the girl had not learned to read, but that she did learn, and was always fond of. and I'm sure it was more plague than used to her grandmother, for she was as particular about the books that the girl was to read as about all the rest. She went farther than all that, sir, for she never would let the girl speak to a man, not a man ever entered the doors of the house. So she told me. And she told you true enough. But there I thought she was quite wrong, for seeing the girl must, some time or other, speak to men, where was the use of her not learning to do it properly? Lord, ma'am, continued Mrs. Smith, addressing herself to Miss Ormond, Lord, ma'am, though it is a sin to be remembering so much of the particularities of the dead, I must say there never was an old lady who had more scrupulosities than the deceased. I verily thought one day she would have gone into fits about a picture of a man that Rachel lit upon by accident, as if a picture had any sense to hurt a body. Now, if it had been one of your naked pictures, there might have been some delicacy in her dislike to it, but it was no such thing, but a very proper picture. A picture, ma'am, of a young sea officer in his full uniform, quite proper, ma'am. It was his mother that left it with me, and I had it always in my own room, and the girl saw it and was mightily taken with it, being the first thing of the kind she had ever lit upon, and the old lady comes in and took on till I verily thought she was crazed. Lord, I really could not but laugh, but I checked myself, when the poor old soul's eyes filled with tears, which made me know she was thinking of her daughter that was dead. When I thought on her cause of her particularity about Rachel, I could not laugh any more at her strangeness. I promised the good old lady that day, in case of her death, to take care of her granddaughter, and I thought in my own mind that, in time to come, if one of my boys should take a fancy to her, I should make no objections, because she was always a good, modest-behaved girl, and I'm sure would make a good wife, though too delicate for hard country work. But as it pleases God to send you, madam, and the good gentleman to take the care of her off my hands, I am content it should be so, and I will sell everything here for her honestly, and bring it to you, madam, for poor Rachel. There was nothing that Rachel was anxious to carry away with her but a little bullfinch, of which she was very fond. One, and but one, circumstance about Rachel stopped the current of Clarence Hervey's imagination, and this, consequently, was excessively disagreeable to him. Her name. The name of Rachel he could not endure, and he thought it so unsuited to her, that he could scarcely believe it belonged to her. He consequently resolved to change it as soon as possible. The first time that he beheld her, he was struck with the idea that she resembled the description of Virginia in M. de St. Pierre's celebrated romance, and by this name he always called her from the hour that she quitted her cottage. End of Part 1 of Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Part 2 of Belinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anchor. Belinda by Maria Edgeworth. Chapter 26, Part 2. Virginia. Mrs. Ormond, the lady whom he had engaged to take care of his Virginia, was a widow, the mother of a gentleman who had been his tutor at college. Her son died, and left her in such narrow circumstances that she was obliged to apply to her friends for pecuniary assistance. Mr. Hervey had been liberal in his contributions. From his childhood he had known her worth, and her attachment to him was blended with the most profound respect. She was not a woman of superior abilities, or of much information, but her excellent temper and gentle disposition won affection, though she had not any talents to excite admiration. Mr. Hervey had perfect confidence in her integrity. He believed that she would exactly comply with his directions, and he thought that her want of literature and ingenuity could easily be supplied by his own care and instructions. He took a house for her and his fair pupil at Windsor, and he exacted a solemn promise that she would neither receive nor pay any visits. Virginia was thus secluded from all intercourse with the world. She saw no one but Mrs. Ormond, Clarence Hervey, and Mr. Moreton, an elderly clergyman, whom Mr. Hervey engaged to attend every Sunday to read prayers for them at home. Virginia never expressed the slightest curiosity to see any other persons, or anything beyond the walls of the garden that belonged to the house in which she lived. Her present retirement was not greater than that to which she had long been accustomed, and consequently she did not feel her seclusion from the world as any restraint. With the circumstances that were altered in her situation, she seemed neither to be dazzled nor charmed. The objects of convenience or luxury that were new to her she looked upon with indifference, but with anything that reminded her of her former way of life and of her grandmother's cottage she was delighted. One day Mr. Hervey asked her whether she should like better to return to that cottage or to remain where she was. He trembled for her answer. She innocently replied, "I should like best to go back to the cottage, if you would go with me, but I would rather stay here with you than live there without you." Clarence was touched and flattered by this artless answer, and for some time he discovered every day fresh indications, as he thought, of virtue and abilities in his charming pupil. Her indifference to objects of show and ornament appeared to him an indisputable proof of her magnanimity, and of the superiority of her unprejudiced mind. What a difference, thought he, between this child of nature and the frivolous, sophisticated slaves of art! To try and prove the simplicity of her taste and the purity of her mind, he once presented to her a pair of diamond earrings and a moss rosebud, and asked her to take whichever she liked best. She eagerly snatched the rose, crying, "Oh, it puts me in mind of the cottage, how sweet it smells!" She placed it in her bosom, and then, looking at the diamonds, said, "They are pretty, sparkling things. What are they? Of what use are they?" And she looked with more curiosity and admiration at the manner in which the earrings shut and opened than at the diamonds. Clarence was charmed with her. When Mrs. Ormond told her that these things were to hang in her ears, she laughed and said, "How? How can I make them hang?" "Have you never observed that I wear earrings?" said Mrs. Ormond. "Ay, but yours are not like these, and, let me look, I never saw how you fasten them. Let me look. Oh, you have holes in your ears, but I have none in mine." Mrs. Ormond told her that holes could easily be made in her ears by running a steel pin through them. She shrunk back, defending her ear with one hand, and pushing the diamonds from her with the other, exclaiming, "Oh, no, no! Unless," added she, changing her tone, and turning to Clarence, "unless you wish it, if you bid me, I will." Clarence was scarcely master of himself at this instant, and it was with the utmost difficulty that he could reply to her with that dispassionate calmness which became his situation and hers. And yet there was more of ignorance and timidity, perhaps, than of sound sense or philosophy in Virginia's indifference to diamonds. She did not consider them as ornaments that would confer distinction upon their possessor, because she was ignorant of the value affixed to them by society. Isolated in the world, she had no excitements to the love of finery, no competition, no means of comparison, or opportunities of display. Diamonds were consequently as useless to her as guineas were to Robinson Crusoe on his desert island. It could not justly be said that he was free from avarice because he set no value on the gold, or that she was free from vanity because she rejected the diamonds. These reflections could not possibly have escaped a man of Clarence Hervey's abilities, had he not been engaged in defence of a favourite system of education, or if his pupil had not been quite so handsome. Virginia's absolute ignorance of the world frequently gave an air of originality to her most trivial observations, which made her appear at once interesting and entertaining. All her ideas of happiness were confined to the life she had led during her childhood, and as she had accidentally lived in a beautiful situation in the New Forest, she appeared to have an instinctive taste for the beauties of nature, and for what we call the picturesque. This taste Mr. Hervey perceived whenever he showed her prints and drawings, and it was a fresh source of delight and self-complacency to him. All that was amiable or estimable in Virginia had a double charm, from the secret sense of his penetration, in having discovered and appreciated the treasure. The affections of this innocent girl had no object but himself and Mrs. Ormond, and they were strong, perhaps, in proportion as they were concentrated. The artless familiarity of her manner, and her unsuspicious confidence, amounting almost to credulity, had irresistible power over Mr. Hervey's mind. He felt them as appeals at once to his tenderness and his generosity. He treated her with the utmost delicacy, and his oath was never absent from his mind, but he felt proudly convinced that if he had not been bound by any such solemn engagement, no temptation could have made him deceive and betray confiding innocence. conscious that his views were honourable, anticipating the generous pleasure he should have in showing his superiority to all mercenary considerations and worldly prejudices in the choice of a wife, he indulged, with a species of pride, his increasing attachment to Virginia, but he was not sensible of the rapid progress of the passion till he was suddenly awakened by a few simple observations of Mrs. Ormond. "This is Virginia's birthday. She tells me she is 17 to-day." "17! She is only 17!" cried Clarence, with a mixture of surprise and disappointment in his countenance. "Only 17! Why, she is but a child still." "Quite a child," said Mrs. Ormond, "and so much the better." "So much the worse, I think," said Clarence. "But are you sure she is only 17? She must be mistaken. She must be 18 at least." "God forbid!" "God forbid! Why, Mrs. Ormond?" "Because, you know, we have a year more before us." "That may be a very satisfactory prospect to you," said Mr. Hervey, smiling. "And to you, surely," said Mrs. Ormond; "for, I suppose, you would be glad that your wife should, at least, know the common things that everybody knows." "As to that," said Clarence, "I should be glad that my wife were ignorant of what everybody knows. Nothing is so tiresome to a man of any taste or abilities as what everybody knows. I am rather desirous to have a wife who has an uncommon than a common understanding." "But you would choose, would you not," said Mrs. Ormond, hesitating with an air of great deference, "that your wife should know how to write?" "To be sure," replied Clarence, colouring. "Does not Virginia know how to write?" "How should she?" said Mrs. Ormond. "It is no fault of hers, poor girl. She was never taught. You know it was her grandmother's notion that she should not learn to write, lest she should write love letters. But you promised that she should be taught to write, and I trusted to you, Mrs. Ormond." "She has been here only 2 months, and all that time, I am sure, I have done everything in my power, but when a person comes to be 16 or 17, it is uphill work." "I will teach her myself," cried Clarence. "I am sure she may be taught anything." "By you," said Mrs. Ormond, smiling, "but not by me." "You have no doubts of her capacity, surely?" "I am no judge of capacity, especially of the capacity of those I love, and I am grown very fond of Virginia. She is a charming, open-hearted, simple, affectionate creature. I rather think it is from indolence that she does not learn, and not from want of abilities." "All indolence arises from want of excitement," said Clarence. "If she had proper motives, she would conquer her indolence." "Why, I dare say, if I were to tell her that she would never have a letter from Mr. Hervey till she is able to write an answer, she would learn to write very expeditiously. But I thought that would not be a proper motive, because you forbade me to tell her your future views; and indeed it would be highly imprudent on your account as well as hers to give her any hint of that kind, because you might change your mind before she is old enough for you to think of her seriously, and then you would not know what to do with her, and after entertaining hopes of becoming your wife, she would be miserable, I am sure, with that affectionate, tender heart of hers, if you were to leave her. Now that she knows nothing of the matter, we are all safe, and as we should be." Though Clarence Hervey did not at this time foresee any great probability of his changing his mind, yet he felt the good sense and justice of Mrs. Ormond's suggestions, and he was alarmed to perceive that his mind had been so intoxicated as to suffer such obvious reflections to escape his attention. Mrs. Ormond, a woman whom he had been accustomed to consider as far his inferior in capacity, he now felt was superior to him in prudence, merely because she was undisturbed by passion. He resolved to master his own mind, to consider that it was not a mistress but a wife he wanted in Virginia, that a wife without capacity or without literature could never be a companion suited to him, let her beauty or sensibility be ever so exquisite and captivating. The happiness of his life and of hers were at stake, and every motive of prudence and delicacy called upon him to command his affections. He was, however, still sanguine in his expectations from Virginia's understanding, and from his own power of developing her capacity. He made several attempts, with the greatest skill and patience, and his fair pupil, though she did not by any means equal his hopes, astonished Mrs. Ormond by a comparatively rapid progress. "I always believed that you could make her do anything you pleased," said she. "You are a tutor who can work miracles with Virginia." "I see no miracles," replied Clarence. "I am conscious of no such power. I should be sorry to possess any such influence, until I am sure that it would be for our mutual happiness." Mr. Hervey then conjured Mrs. Ormond, by all her attachment to him and to her pupil, never to give Virginia the most distant idea that he had any intentions of making her his wife. She promised to do all that was in her power to keep this secret, but she could not help observing that it had already been betrayed, as plainly as looks could speak, by Mr. Hervey himself. Clarence in vain endeavoured to exculpate himself from this charge. Mrs. Ormond brought to his recollection so many instances of his indiscretion, that it was substantiated even in his own judgment, and he was amazed to find that all the time he had put so much constraint upon his inclinations, he had nevertheless so obviously betrayed them. His surprise, however, was at this time unmixed with any painful regret. He did not foresee the probability that he should change his mind, and notwithstanding Mrs. Ormond assured him that Virginia's sensibility had increased, he was persuaded that she was mistaken, and that his pupil's heart and imagination were yet untouched. The innocent openness with which she expressed her affection for him confirmed him, he said, in his opinion. To do him justice, Clarence had none of the presumption which too often characterises men who have been successful, as it is called, with the fair sex. His acquaintance with women had increased his persuasion that it is difficult to excite genuine love in the heart, and with respect to himself, he was upon this subject astonishingly incredulous. It was scarcely possible to convince him that he was beloved. Mrs. Ormond, piqued upon this subject, determined to ascertain more decisively her pupil's sentiments. "My dear," said she, one day to Virginia, who was feeding her bullfinch, "I do believe you are fonder of that bird than of anything in the world, fonder of it, I am sure, than of me." "Oh, you cannot think so," said Virginia, with an affectionate smile. "Well, fonder than you are of Mr. Hervey, you will allow at least." "No, indeed," cried she, eagerly. "How can you think me so foolish, so childish, so ungrateful, as to prefer a little worthless bird to him?" The bullfinch began to sing so loud at this instant that her enthusiastic speech was stopped. "My pretty bird," said she, as it perched upon her hand, "I love you very much, but if Mr. Hervey were to ask it, to wish it, I would open that window and let you fly, yes, and bid you fly away far from me for ever. Perhaps he does wish it, does he? Did he tell you so?" cried she, looking earnestly in Mrs. Ormond's face, as she moved towards the window. Mrs. Ormond put her hand upon the sash, as Virginia was going to throw it up. "Gently, gently, my love. Whither is your imagination carrying you?" "I thought something by your look," said Virginia, blushing. "And I thought something, my dear Virginia," said Mrs. Ormond, smiling. "What did you think? What could you think?" "I cannot, I would rather not at present tell you. But do not look so grave. I will tell you some time or other, if you cannot guess." Virginia was silent, and stood abashed. "I am sure, my sweet girl," said Mrs. Ormond, "I do not mean, by anything I said, to confuse or blame you. It is very natural that you should be grateful to Mr. Hervey, and that you should admire, and, to a certain degree, love him." Virginia looked up, delighted, yet with some hesitation in her manner. "He is indeed," said Mrs. Ormond, "one of the first human beings. Such even I have always thought him. And I am sure I like you the better, my dear, for your sensibility," said she, kissing Virginia as she spoke. "Only we must take care of it, or this tenderness might go too far." "How so?" said Virginia, returning her caresses with fondness. "Can I love you and Mr. Hervey too much?" "Not me." "Nor him, I'm sure. He is so good, so very good. I am afraid that I do not love him enough," said she, sighing. "I love him enough when he is absent, but not when he is present. When he is near, I feel a sort of fear mixed with my love. I wish to please him very much, but I should not quite like that he should show his love for me as you do, as you did just now." "My dear, it would not be proper that he should. You are quite right not to wish it." "Am I? I was afraid that it was a sign of my not liking him as much as I ought." "Ah, my poor child, you love him full as much as you ought." "Do you think so? I am glad of it," said Virginia, with a look of such confiding simplicity that her friend was touched to the heart. "I do think so, my love," said Mrs. Ormond, "and I hope I shall never be sorry for it, nor you either. But it is not proper that we should say any more upon this subject now. Where are your drawings? Where is your writing? My dear, we must get forward with these things as fast as we can. That is the way to please Mr. Hervey, I can tell you." Confirmed by this conversation in her own opinion, Mrs. Ormond was satisfied. From delicacy to her pupil, she did not repeat all that had passed to Mr. Hervey, resolving to wait till the proper moment. "She is too young and too childish for him to think of marrying her yet for a year or two," thought she, "and it is better to repress her sensibility till her education is more finished. By that time Mr. Hervey will find out his mistake." In the meantime she could not help thinking that he was blind, for he continued steady in his belief of Virginia's indifference. To dissipate his own mind, and to give time for the development of hers, he now, according to his resolution, left his pupil to the care of Mrs. Ormond, and mixed as much as possible in gay and fashionable company. It was at this period that he renewed his acquaintance with Lady Delacour, whom he had seen and admired before he went abroad. He found that his gallantry on the famous day of the battle between the turkeys and pigs was still remembered with gratitude by her ladyship. She received him with marked courtesy, and he soon became a constant visitor at her house. Her wit entertained, her eloquence charmed him, and he followed, admired, and gallanted her, without scruple, for he considered her merely as a coquette, who preferred the glory of conquest to the security of reputation. With such a woman, he thought, he could amuse himself without danger, and he everywhere appeared the foremost in the public train of her ladyship's admirers. He soon discovered, however, that her talents were far superior to what are necessary for playing the part of a fine lady. His visits became more and more agreeable to him, and he was glad to feel that, by dividing his attention, his passion for Virginia insensibly diminished, or, as he said to himself, became more reasonable. In conversing with Lady Delacour, his faculties were always called into full play. In talking to Virginia, his understanding was passive. He perceived that a large proportion of his intellectual powers and of his knowledge was absolutely useless to him in her company, and this did not raise her either in his love or esteem. Her simplicity and naivete, however, sometimes relieved him after he had been fatigued by the extravagant gaiety and glare of her ladyship's manners, and he reflected that the coquetry which amused him in an acquaintance would be odious in a wife. The perfect innocence of Virginia promised security to his domestic happiness, and he did not change his views, though he was less eager for the period of their accomplishment. "I cannot expect everything that is desirable," said he to himself. "A more brilliant character than Virginia's would excite my admiration, but could not command my confidence." It was whilst his mind was in this situation that he became acquainted with Belinda. At first the idea of her having been educated by the match-making Mrs. Stanhope prejudiced him against her, but as he had opportunities of observing her conduct, this prepossession was conquered, and when she had secured his esteem, he could no longer resist her power over his heart. In comparison with Belinda, Virginia appeared to him but an insipid though innocent child. The one he found was his equal, the other his inferior. The one he saw could be a companion, a friend to him for life; the other would merely be his pupil or his plaything. Belinda had cultivated taste, an active understanding, a knowledge of literature, the power and the habit of conducting herself. Virginia was ignorant and indolent; she had few ideas, and no wish to extend her knowledge. She was so entirely unacquainted with the world, that it was absolutely impossible that she could conduct herself with that discretion, which must be the combined result of reasoning and experience. Mr. Hervey had felt gratuitous confidence in Virginia's innocence, but on Belinda's prudence, which he had opportunities of seeing tried, he gradually learned to feel a different and a higher species of reliance, which it is neither in our power to bestow nor to refuse. The virtues of Virginia sprang from sentiment, those of Belinda from reason. End of Part 2 of Chapter 26.